You're live.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk, and I'd like to welcome everyone to the 61st meeting of the 7th Council of Municipality of South Dundas. We are on Facebook Live tonight via WebEx due to the stay-at-home orders that the province has enacted since actually Boxing Day. For those who miss it tonight, we'll be on our YouTube page tomorrow. So first of all, I'd like to have a roll call, please, Mr. Clark.
Yes, sir. Mayor Bob.
Yeah, here.
Deputy Mayor Gardner.
Here.
Councillor Lewis.
Here.
Councillor Wells.
Here.
Thank you, Mayor Bob.
Okay, confirmation of agenda. We have moved a few things around tonight. If Dr. Paul will be first if he comes on. He's on there now, so we'll call his delegation first, and then we'll proceed to the rest of them. We have also moved 9C. That was part of the consent agenda. It was moved into discussion items, but since we have our drainage superintendent on earlier, we will move it into the action request and just add it on after his report, which is 7B. So that's a change there. Is there any changes from your end, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, Mayor Bob. Two changes. As well, there is a small business resolution from the United Counties of FPG as well that are being added to this page.
Okay. Are there any additions from any members of council at this time?
Yes, Mayor Bybills. I'd like to add a discussion item for employees and workload due to the pandemics here.
Okay, that will be 10F.
Thank you.
Sorry, Mayor. We're just having an issue with the stream.
Okay.
Thank you. Just 2 more minutes here, Mayor Bible.
Okay.
Okay, I believe we're still good to go. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Is there anything further from any member of council? Seeing none, any disclosure of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof this evening? The adoption of minutes, please.
By Councillor Mellon, seconded by Councillor
Clark.
Wells, that the minutes of this. Can you hear me, Mayor Bibles?
Yes, now we can.
Okay, thank
There
you.
was a delay.
Moved by Councillor Mellon, seconded by Councillor Wells, that the minutes of the 17th regular and in-camera meetings of the council be adopted as circulated.
Any discussion on the minutes? Seeing none, all heard the motion. Those in favor? Actually, we have to do a roll call on that. Sorry, Mr. Clerk. Yep. Recorded. You have to go through the
Thank you.
recording. Sorry. Go ahead.
Deputy Mayor Gardner,
Yes.
Chris,
Yes.
Councillor Mellon,
Yes.
Councillor Wells,
Yes.
and Mayor Byvelds.
Yes. Okay, so we'll move on to delegations, and the first one tonight is Dr. Paul Remuliotis from Eastern Ontario Health Unit. We'd like to welcome Dr. Paul. I know he's been a busy person in the last little while, and I already watched him this morning. So, Dr. Paul, welcome.
Thank you very much, Mayor Byvelds. I appreciate you receiving me and accepting my invitation. This is my 8th one out of 17. So, it's my pleasure to do it because I think it's important. I know that I present to the counties as well. I just did this morning as DNG. But I wanted to present to each of the municipalities as well, so all the councillors can get some of an update. So I wanted to give you an update today on where we are in our region. The numbers, as you know, have been going up. So I want to give you a bit of a overview of where we are, how we compare with the rest of the province, and as you know, where we are now within that shutdown that was put into place last week. And then I'm going to finish it off more of a positive news with a vaccine update as well. So I'll start, if you don't mind. I'm going to share my screen. I want to share my. I always have problems with this. My Google Chrome. That's what I want. So you could see the screen now. It says Google. It's local statistics. That's the one you're seeing it. I just want to make sure.
Yes.
Local stats. Okay, thank you. So I'm just going to go through very quickly. We're now at 2,201 cases, and that's a stunning number considering that in September we were at about 180 total in our area, and we have 638 active cases. 38. That means that those are people that are still infectious. Once we test you positive, it takes 10 days before you are no longer infectious. So that's what we mean by active cases currently. We have 31 hospitalized patients right now. Most in the Cornwall Hospital. We got 2 in Winchester, 2 in Hawkesbury, and the rest are in Ottawa. We've got 6 in the ICU. Unfortunately, we've had 44 deaths in our area, including most of them have come from long-term care homes. The big one in Pinecrest in Prescott Russell, and then recently we've had 9 deaths at the long-term care home in Lancaster, which is tragic. And we had multiple deaths in Prescott Russell as well. So if you look at the province-wide death rate, that's about we're at 5,433. I would say that over 80 to 90% are individuals that live in long-term care or retirement homes. So that's why you'll see our focus on who we vaccinate first is that population. I'm just out of interest for you to show you sort of exactly how the numbers were. Like, for example, EOHU, like I said, we're relatively flat up until August, and all of a sudden we spiked upwards. Specifically for SDNG, you can see that our numbers, went up starting around August upwards in that regard. The map itself, again, for a while, South Dundas had no cases, had 1 case, and we weren't even marking it because it was less than 5. So we don't put it for statistical reasons. But we had 22 cases now in South Dundas with 5 active ones, including a recent one in one of the restaurant chains that we just got an outbreak on. And so again. So we got numbers all over, but what we're seeing is a marked increase in this area here in Cornwall. And now we've got 268 active cases just in Cornwall alone, and Cornwall has had 567 cases. And going into this, they had, I think, 65 cases total. Going into the fall. So We've got a big surge of cases now. We've even got cases in Akwesasne, of relevance to South Dundas, total 22, and then 5 here. So relatively lower in your area, but again, it's there, it's everywhere. I mean, if that UK variant came from UK to Ottawa, it can come from Cornwall to there, and vice versa. And don't forget, Ottawa's right here, right? So, and very often, what Ottawa's numbers do reflects our numbers here. And in the first half of the wave, in the first wave that we had back in the spring, we had more cases in Prescott Russell because we have a lot of people that live in this area here, but work in Ottawa. So that's where we are with that. The other statistic that I want to show you right now is what we call the rolling average. And this is important because as I'll show you some other information later on, this determines what level of infection we have in our area. So what it is, it's the 7 previous days, over 100,000 number of cases per 100,000. And that's called the rolling average. And just for information, and we talk about those yellow, orange, and red zones. So, when you're orange zone, you're about 25 to 40. When you're red, you're at 40 or above. You could see that, certain areas, look, Cornwall was 289. And today, Cornwall is up 209. SDNG is 74. It's going down. So SDNG is the gray line here. But you can see it went upwards. Again, in the 130 mark, way above the red zone. So all these numbers here are gray zone, are actually shut down, locked down anyway. So we had a sort of an alarming increase going upwards, but I am starting to look at a bit of a downturn. You could see the Cornwall numbers are going down. Today, the Cornwall numbers we added about 44 cases in Cornwall, but those, half of those were in an outbreak. So when we look at community, it's more around it. So you can kind of see a downward trend, and you could see a downward slant at this level. So again, we're still in red gray zone here, but we're going in the right direction. So that's good news, because last week when we were up here, I was worried. We weren't seeing a response. So it means that we're seeing a bit of a response from that 26th, shutdown that we had initially. And a lot of these things that we're seeing here were from Christmas, what we saw on Christmas and so on. And now we're seeing a downturn, which I think is very good news. So that's where we are. The other thing that I wanted to say is, out of the outbreaks that we have right now, 16 outbreaks. Most of them are retirement homes and long-term care facilities. The bad news, obviously, is that we have deaths from them. We've had deaths in the Akwesasne one. We have deaths in the LTC in Lancaster, and we've had one death in Cornwall at the Glenstore Dun Lodge. But the majority of these 16, with the exception of the ones I told you, have no residents that are positive. We declare them positive because a staff was positive. And the number that we're seeing of positive cases in our area, in the community, reflects positive staff going in, because it's the higher you have the virus circulating in the area, the more you're going to have it percolating through. And we saw that with our schools as well, and I'll talk to you about that later. So now I'm gonna change my slide. I'm wondering if you could see this now. Can you see this? I changed slides. Do you see an epidemic curve, Eastern Ontario Health Unit? Or do you see? Yes? What are you seeing now?
We're seeing the outbreaks.
No, I want to change that. Hold on. Let me see if I could. Okay, I'll stop sharing, and then I'm going to share again. I'll share the other one again, okay, if you don't mind. So I'll share this one, and I want to share this one. Yeah. Now you got it. Okay.
There it is.
Okay, good. I have to go in and out of sharing. That's why it's different with Zoom. Zoom automatically does it. Anyway, that's fine. So I'm going to go through this very quick presentation just to show you again. These are the trends of the numbers in our area. This is what's called the reproductive number, and that is really one of the other indices that we look at. Remember, I told you the 7-day rolling average. We look at the reproductive number. Our number is 0.98, and you want it less than 1, because that means that if one person gets it, it can't spread it to another person. If it was 1.5, which it was last week, that means 10 people can split it to 15. 15 can then spread it to, proportionally higher and higher. So obviously the lower the number, the better it is. So when you're above 1.2, you're a gray zone already. And we were at 1.5 literally last week. So I'm delighted to see that it's going down. So now we're at 0.98. The other, and this just shows you, actually, this is till January 2nd. I'll show you another slide a bit later, but this kind of gives you, this one here gives you a picture of where the outbreaks are in our area. So you can see we have an east and west tip, and you can see this is for long-term care outbreaks. But if I were to show you schools, it would be the same. It was the same way, because again, it's not a coincidence. We have higher levels of infection here, higher levels of infection. This is GTA and all that. That's why you get those outbreaks. This is a graph that just shows us, and I'll talk a bit about that later, that shows where the cases are coming from. It's important for us to understand where they're coming from. And this sort of like dark green here is what we call close contact. The orange is we don't have an epilink. In other words, we don't know where it came from. And the bigger that number is, the more you don't know where the infection is, and presumably it's in the community. And the light blue here is outbreak cases. So you can see the vast majority of our cases recently are close contact, and I'll show you some graphics later on. You can also notice that the purple one here is travel related, and you can see back in the spring we had high rates, but now it's going down. The percent positivity is the other factor that I'm seeing go down in our area. This is the measure of when we do the tests, what percentage are positive. And you can see the Ontario average is 6.8%, and we're at 5.2%. Again, I'm delighted because last week we're at 7.2%. So again, that's going down. This shows you total new cases in Ontario, and this is all the health units, and this is till January 16th. And you could see that Eastern Ontario is here. It's really among the top 7 or 8 in the province in terms of numbers. But you could see that this pink line here starts to taper off, which is good news, which is what I show you at the local level. And this is the province's data that shows the different health units. And you could see the bigger numbers on Windsor, Peel, Toronto, York. Those are the bigger ones. And then we're here, number 7 or 8, something like that, out of the top. And you could also see that the other health units are themselves in orange at this point. And at one point they had crossed over, but you could see what we're trying now to see, we're seeing, which is a kind of a downward trend provincially as well, as well as locally. This is an interesting graph. This shows the overall percent positivity of tests by age group in Ontario. And I'm gonna bring your attention to the red line here and this purple line here. The red line is for kids between 12 and 13. And this purple line is for kids between 4 and 11. You could see that they were kind of average, the average age or overall was low, was 5% or so. And all of a sudden, around Christmas and Christmas break, boom, it went high, very high, up to 25%, almost 25% in this age group here, which is 12 to 13. So, and we've been seeing that, and that's part of the reasons that we didn't open up the schools, because we'd be sending in kids who are either exposed to it through the siblings or, have high rates of positivity into schools where we can catch it. There's no problem. Once we get a case, we can isolate it. The problem is if they've exposed others, we'll have to close on a classroom, or teachers have to be isolated, and then and it's not functional. So it will cause a lot of disruption. So that's one of the reasons the schools in Ontario have been kept closed and are slated to open next week, but we're going to reevaluate that. We're not sure. For sure in Toronto, York, Peel, and Windsor, they're not going to open before the 11th of February, but they're going to be reevaluated in our area. This is an important one as well. This is the one that really, because people ask me, like, where are we getting all these infections? Where are we getting all these infections in our area? And I can tell you that overall for the health unit itself, if you look at the number since August, because we didn't have enough data before August, we didn't have that many cases, but now we have a lot of cases and we can sort of look at the data, and you can see that here, healthcare setting, that's the outbreaks that we've had. Those are the outbreaks that we had, and that represents about a quarter of all our cases. The other ones are very little, like little travel, community, very low. But you could see that 61%, and in some areas even higher, 61% of all the cases are close contact. And then when you take this and make a little bubble out of it, so this is all close contacts, you can see that more than half in this circle here are household contacts, but then you can see a quarter are close friends or associates, which means they went out, they went to a party, they went visited somebody's home, they went to dinner, they had a carpool or whatever, and they were not wearing masks or any precautions. They were not the same household. And the same for workplace. You could see another quarter here, people at work, where we've seen time and time again that when they're at work, they're very careful with the clients or the public that they're dealing with, and all the precautions are in place. But then when they go to the back, they have a cigarette or they eat lunch together, they kind of forget about them. They take off their masks, they sit together, and we actually see spread there. So then one person gets it, or a couple of people get it at work, then they go home and they spread it to their kids, their spouses, or whoever. And we've had case after case after case where we've seen that, and where one case from here becomes 5 or 6 in here because the father or the mother or the child goes home and infects the others in their home. So that's very important for us to know, because people ask me, like, where are we getting these? Why are we getting these? Well, they happen everywhere. Even at work, you could visit somebody, expose that person. You could, or you can be exposed if you don't take the necessary precautions. You can go to a restaurant, or you carpool without the precautions. You have a cigarette, or you sit in the lounge, or whatever. And that's what we're seeing, and that's driving the numbers here. So, and the good news is that if let's say one individual gets it at work or visiting somebody is positive, we isolate the whole household, but the whole household itself will infect itself. Inevitable. They live together, but at least they're not going out. So at least we're limiting it. But that's how we get the numbers multiplying. So we broke it down really for SDNG, and you could see as well, because this healthcare setting here is mostly the outbreak in the long-term care home now in Lancaster. And then you could see, again, 2/3 of all the cases in SDNG area where we have data are close contacts, and half here are household contacts, of them all, and a quarter, and actually maybe 2/3 here and a third here are, again, close friend, associate, or workplace. Then they go home and they multiply it. And that's what we're seeing time and time again. We're seeing it in Cornwall, and we're seeing it all over. The most important one that I wanted to show you was, again, we know now through data and through other things that we're looking at, statistics and mobility data, that what you ask people and you survey people, about 35% of people, don't physically distance in a neighborhood. In the last 4 weeks, how many people outside your household visited your house for a meal, celebration, or a stayover? And, over almost a third said 3 or more. And again, this is not their household members, and about 28% said 1 to 2. So you've had like about 50% of the people who have had people come over to their home who are not part of the household, and among those, 34%, a third, said they didn't follow restrictions. So there you go, and that's where we see that it starts there, and then that individual who visited that home, whoever is positive, that positive individual then infects their household. So I just wanted to say that, and that's the reason that we did the shutdown. The shutdown, as you know, started last Thursday. It severely restricts people. It's a stay-at-home order. There are some exceptions. I met with the enforcement officers, your bylaw, police, OPP, last week. We went over some of their powers that they have. They have increased powers in being able to now ticket individuals, not just business owners. They now can also have a power to disperse, but complaint-based. But they cannot just stop somebody and say, "Why are you outside of your home?" They need to have cause, and so it's basically complaint-driven. So we're hoping that people will get the message, and at least those 1/3 of the people that are not compliant will start to be compliant over the next couple of weeks. And like I said, I'm looking now at a bit of a decrease, and even today's numbers in Ontario showed a downward trend. We were averaging in the 3,300 case range day-to-day increase in Ontario, literally for the last 10 days, and today's was 2,578. So it's a step in the right direction. Again, all those numbers mostly are driven by Toronto, GTA. Ottawa had 92. Again, Ottawa had been up there, had about 150, but our rates of per 100,000 are much higher than Ottawa's at this point in time. So finally, I just want to finish off with vaccines. The vaccine arrived in the Institute Health Unit last week. It was spread out. It was shared based on initially they wanted to use it in hospital settings because they had the Pfizer vaccine, which is first, has severe limitations. Got to be frozen at -70. So they started rolling it out in certain hospitals in high risk areas. And then we now got it last week because you could see our numbers. We're one of the top in the province. That's not a good thing. I'd like to be top for other good things, but not in this one. And but so we got vaccine last week, and I'm happy to say that we started vaccinating last week. Up until Saturday, we had done 7, including in SDNG, Dundas Manor, the Palace, Parisian Manor, and then we'll be going out and doing the other ones over this next week and into the following week. Our initial plan was to do this week and next week, and then done, because we would have done all our homes. We were given to February 15th to do the first shot in the retirement in the long-term facilities, long-term care, residents, staff, and essential care people, visitors, and high-risk retirement homes. So we were slated to get this done literally the last week of January. However, as you may have heard, Pfizer has now delayed deliveries because they're revamping their facility in Belgium so they could produce more vaccines. And as a result, we're not going to be getting a shipment next week. We were counting on a shipment next week, so it'll delay us a bit, but we'll still be within that time frame of February 15th. And what we're doing is we're doing SDNG separately, but at the same time as Prescott Russell. So we have our paramedics with our teams going from SDNG Cornwall, going into the SDNG homes and vaccinating, and at the same time we've got a team of Prescott Russell paramedics doing it as well. So at that rate and the way we're doing it, I mean, if we had all the vaccine in one shot, we'd have been done in literally a week. Because we're waiting a couple of days between because we ran out of vaccine. Like we ran out of vaccine over the weekend, and our supply just came in yesterday, this morning, and so we got to redistribute it and so on. But next week, unfortunately, we're not getting a supply, but we're getting it the following week, and then in February we're getting double our supply for a couple of weeks in a row. So we'll have plenty of vaccine to do that job. Initially, it's going to be congregate living, those high risk priority areas. We're also going to be focusing on healthcare workers once we're done with a congregate. In other words, we'll start with the hospital workers and so on, and then we'll go to the community healthcare providers. At the same time, First Nations is being done. We've got separate supply for Akwesasne. As you know, Akwesasne is part of our territory, and we'll be finishing that off as well. The next phase 2, and I deliberately don't have dates here because this is based only on Pfizer and Moderna vaccines, and you could see that by the end of sort of this first couple of, January, February, March here, probably, I think it's more February here, that we'll be receiving many more vaccines, and then we'll get into the higher level where we'll start vaccinating, likely simultaneously, essential workers, primarily, first responders, those type of things, teachers, and so on, and at the same time, likely because we'll have enough supply, we'll be starting to vaccinate different proportions of the population, starting with the most vulnerable, the 80, the 70, that age group, and at-risk populations, which are people with chronic medical conditions, and then open it up to adults. So by the time we're into the spring, we'll be looking at millions of doses of vaccine, and this is not even taking into account the other 2 vaccines that are potentially going to come out on the market. So now we're starting, like I said, slow this way, trickling out, and it's going to balloon upwards. And by the time we're in sort of, mid-spring, like spring, April, May, we'll have vaccines likely available through medical offices, pharmacies, and so on. But at this point, we got to get through a bit of a tight squeeze here until really the big numbers start coming in here. But there is a prioritization process moving forward. Although we do have the vaccine in sight, And it's excellent news to me. It's an inspiration for, let's hang in there a bit longer. It's important to note that until we're kind of at this stage here, when we vaccinated, a lot of people, enough people to say, okay, now we've protected the community. We still need to practice those public health measures. We still need to wear a mask. We still need to, wash our hands. Don't go out when you're sick. All the physical distancing, all those things need to be done. But as we get into seeing the numbers go down and the vaccine go up, like, this way, I like it that way, that we will then start, relinquishing some of the restrictions. And so I think that the summer will be a bit freer or less restricted than last summer moving forward. I can't give you guarantees, but it looks good. That's not to say that we're going to have concerts where 50,000 people can go. But slowly we're going to start increasing and going back into some kind of a normalcy. So I use that as an inspiration for us to be able to convince, a population that, look, unlike March last year, we do have a light at the end of the tunnel. We've got the vaccine in our hands, and it's just a matter of time. In the meantime, we need to adhere to those measures and particularly address that 1/3 of that population that I talked to you about. So that's my presentation. So it's a bad news going into better news into a good story. So I want to take this opportunity to thank our municipality of South Dundas, the mayor, and all of the councillors for all your cooperation, all your municipal your managers, CAOs, everybody has been very, very cooperative, enforcement officers and so on. It's a collective thing that we're doing. It's a once in a lifetime, unprecedented. Sometimes we're kind of changing because we don't know, we don't understand the virus, so we might have to pivot and move forward. But we do have, this is a serious threat, and but however, I do see that we have collaboration. I'll be reaching out to some of the municipalities, perhaps using some of your facilities for vaccines as we roll it out. It's going to be a partnership with everybody. We're working with a hospital in Winchester. We're going to be working. We might come out and say, well, what facility can we use to vaccinate, different age groups and those type of things. So I will be reaching out to you, but I just wanted to give you an overview of what's to come and give you an idea of some of the timelines. Like I said, the general and Premier Ford meet us regularly, all the medical officers of health, and they give us their timelines. They're pushed more towards the later part of the spring, but I'm suspecting that we're going to get more doses and other vaccines coming in. So, but the good news is that they're on their way. It's just a matter of time, and we're not in the same position that we were last March. So thank you very much, and if you have any questions, it'd be my pleasure, Mayor.
Okay, we'll start with Deputy Mayor Gardner.
Thank you, Mayor Byvelds, and thank you, Dr. Paul. I enjoyed our discussion at the county level this morning about the small businesses, and you'll see the resolution is on our agenda to level the playing field. I do have a question about kids. So when the vaccine is rolled out, I don't see children being vaccinated, and I have read things, but for folks that are asking, if that population is is it a yearly vaccine? Like how would that work? How does
That's a good question. First of all, we don't know if we need a booster or anything like that, and we'll have to go. Number two, at this point, with all new medications, it's not been tested enough on young children. So the vaccine really is for adults. So we're talking about vaccinating all adults. It does not preclude that in 6 months, a year from now, there'll be more studies and they'll advance the indication. So it's not uncommon for medications when they're released that it's only for 12 and over or 18 and over. And then about a year later, they do it. So we'll stay tuned. Our issue is if we vaccinate the more elderly and kids get it, they don't get very sick. They're not gonna pass it to grandma and grandpa who'll die. Like that's the whole point. But eventually, there will be opportunities once we get a better understanding of how long it is, how effective it is in younger kids, that they'll be vaccinated. But certainly not this year.
Yeah, I asked the question only because school and the school disruption has played such a major part in this, and I'm sure that there's parents that would be wondering why the school age kids aren't on it. But I thank you for the work that you've done. Like I said, I'll pass it off to the rest of the council because we had a pretty robust conversation at county. So thank you, Dr. Paul.
Councillor Wells?
Hey, Dr. Paul. I want to thank you. Very excellent report. I just kudos out for the tremendous job you're doing. I'm not involved in their emergency meetings, but I read the minutes all the time. I just hope everyone follows your direction, and just hope we can get through this safely and move on with our lives. So I want to thank you.
Well, you're very welcome. It's not only me. We've just for your information, we hired 85 extra staff at the health unit since March because it's a tremendous amount. I think we've got 100,000 calls since March. Just the calls that we're getting from the public. We're working with businesses. We're working with everybody. Our contact tracing. You know, when we get like one weekend, just to give you an idea, we added 177 cases in one weekend. Like unbelievable. And each case we have to call them within 24 hours. Then each case has about 5 contacts. So in one weekend, we have to contact, you 5 times as 177, and every day we add cases. So that overwhelms our staff. It's unbelievable how they do it, to the point where we tell them to go home and they actually cry because they haven't finished their calls. Like they've been working 15-hour, 18-hour days, and so it's not me, it's the staff that are doing this. And I want to give a kudos to them. We have excellent staff. We were the only health unit, just to say, that at Winchester, the Winchester Hospital is doing the testing. But in Castleman and in Alexandria, it's our staff that's doing the testing. And in Castleman, we had a drive-through where sometimes we'd have 800 tests in one day in cars. That was our staff doing it. They stepped up to the plate. We did drive-through vaccine clinics. Right now, they're getting ready to do the vaccinations. And so we're being pulled because we've got, on one hand, trying to rev up the vaccine output, but on the other hand, they're being pulled to do the contact tracing. So that's why I'm hoping that we can all get the message across where let's try to buckle down. Be careful, don't stay home. It's a couple of more weeks, stay home so we can get those numbers down, because then it liberates and it gives a bit of a break to the staff, because they're going to be running like crazy to do the mass immunization clinics. Same people. But anyway, thank you very much for that. It's for them.
And just furthermore, like my daughter's on the front line. She's a nurse down at the Carmel Hotel Dieu Hospital. And so I firsthand, I hear all the stuff, and she's like, she's told me, she said everything that's in place is apparently working down there or starting work. Like Cornwall, like it's a hot zone for sure. But she thinks things are going in the right direction. So that's the frontline worker right there.
Good to hear. Yeah, good to hear. We work with all the hospitals. I'm in touch with them daily. And they have been excellent as well. Unbelievable collaboration with us. Whatever I need, they're there. So yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Paul.
Councillor Lewis?
Yes, Dr. Paul, how are you?
Good, I'm good.
I have to say that kudos do go out to you and your team. I think we've come a long way since last March. I know we went into a little bit of trouble November, December, but I think we're on our way to see the light at the end of the tunnel, and your staff definitely should have a big hand of support. I think you're doing an outstanding job. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Just to let you know that unlike the rest of the province, our COVID started in the middle of February. I got a call on the weekend of Family Day. I got a call at 5:30. I'll never forget it. The ministry calls me and says, you're going to receive 290 passengers on the Japan cruise ship in the NAV Center on Tuesday morning.
I do remember that.
So our journey in COVID started the middle, like our whole weekend. So I had to go to my whole family day weekend. I was at NAV Center because all the people in Cornwall and SDNG freaked out. They're bringing COVID into our area. I had to go and with the mayor, and I had to go in and calm people down. We had to bring in, and so for our staff, it started that week. It started a month earlier because, and anyway, just to let you know that I appreciate what you're saying.
Thank you.
Council Mellon?
Yes, Dr. Paul, yeah, a lot of good work done there. There's a lot of numbers that you compiled and a lot of facts and figures. I guess a couple quick questions, Dr. Paul. You mentioned you have 6 in the IC units and 31 in hospitals. There has been some discussion about higher infected areas going to be transferring patients to areas or hospitals that have the room. Of those 6 and 31, are they all from SDNG, or have we received any patients or any positive cases?
At this, thank you. Good question, Councillor Mellon. At this point, our hospitals are working at 100 to 120%, and we're not in a position to receive anybody at this point. We have contingencies, though. We do have contingencies, though, to increase the capacity. Let's say we have more cases locally that we need to, make room for. So we do have contingencies at all 4 hospitals of where we can offset patients that are not COVID, make more room for COVID patients. We're not there yet. We have all the scenarios in place, though, and we're gray zone as well. So our hospitals are at the brink as well. They're not like Toronto, but we're not receiver hospitals yet.
Okay, and one other thing, Dr. Paul, I caught on the news this morning where the city of Toronto is going to start their own vaccination clinics. The way they had the news, it came out in the news there this morning to me, was it was going to be sort of a template or a trial run for municipalities. Please tell me that the government isn't planning on downloading municipalities to operate or run vaccination clinics when this is clearly a provincial jurisdiction. We don't have the resources or the expertise for that. Or if we expect us to, they're going to have to ante up the game for us.
No, they do not. The reason they're doing it there is because they have a lot of healthcare workers, and they need to have and they're doing it with the municipality and public health leading it. The municipality is supporting it. They're not leading it. We are leading it. I'm leading the vaccination in our area. When I say I'm going to come to the municipality, I might say I might use your arena, to vaccinate. That I don't mean I need you guys to vaccinate or to run it. No. The intention is for us to look and see, like if you recall with H1N1, we set up 6 separate clinics at the same time. We were vaccinating 1,000 to 2,000 in each place daily at the same time. So it's a matter of looking for facilities, helping the municipalities. If we need traffic control or anything like that, that's what we're going to be doing. There's no intention for our municipalities to run clinics. Yes, support us and help us, but not to run them.
Thank you. I was a little worried about that when I saw that, just the way it came across.
Don't be worried. Toronto's different. We don't do what Toronto does.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Paul.
And
well, we seem to be lumped into their catch-all, don't we, though?
And I'll join the rest of the council in thanking you and your staff for all the work you've done. I'm sure that you've had a lot of busy days and half sleepless nights, and along with the rest of your staff in Cornwall and the other offices, fully appreciate what we've done. I know that South Dundas had done really well till the middle of December, and then there it was. And basically, you took the mayor that felt pretty confident in everything he was doing, but very cautious, to thinking now we really got to batten down the hatches and be good, and we've done so as I suspected. As for hosting clinics in South Dundas, we do have some facilities that could be available, or even community facilities that some groups have. So don't be afraid to call. We'll certainly work with you, deal with whatever logistics we can do on that we can handle. And as it is, we're all in it together, and we'll do it fair.
The quicker we get it done, that's why I'm anxious to do it multiple sites at the same time. Get the more people done at once, the quicker we get out of this. That's really what I want to do. So
Good.
I'll take you up on that. Don't worry.
That's, you know where we are. Come and get us.
Okay, no problem.
Yep. Thank you, and have a good night.
Well, thank you very much. Good night, everyone. Thank you.
We'll move on to the next delegation is the Iroquois Cenotaph, which is the relocation of the Iroquois Cenotaph in the village of Iroquois. And the presenter tonight is our own MP, Mr. Eric Duncan. So, Mr. Duncan, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and good evening to you and Deputy Mayor Gardner again. I spoke this morning in County Council with another one of my volunteer hats on with the SD&G digitization project, and now I'm back at the local level on another volunteer project, of course, to ask Council for their support on another great project that I think can happen in our region, and particularly in the village of Iroquois. I'm joined tonight on the call by a few colleagues. Darlene Riddle couldn't, I don't think she's connected, but is the president of the Royal Canadian Legion, has been a member of our committee. Jim Locke, former deputy mayor, is here. Cindy Alt is on here. And I have to acknowledge Councillor Mellon, who's been a great member of our committee. I'm also joined tonight by Keith Ardron from Ardron Landscaping and Kevin Allen of Eastern Ontario Monuments. You would remember them both from our previous project at the Matilda Hall. And we're very proud of that. And as you'll see in one of the slides, one of the lines that I have is here, we are pitching to you the next phase of the Cenotaph modernization projects in South Dundas, and to say we're not going to fix what's not broken here. We had a great committee, we had some great contractors to work with, and we're very excited about what we can do as a before and after to the site in Iroquois that truly needs some attention as well. So what I've done is you have a copy of the council report before you with a lot of the details, but I'm just going to share my screen that has a PowerPoint slide to give you a bit more of the visual of some of the things we've been discussing and working on. I'm just about to share the screen. Can everybody see that okay?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. So just to cover tonight, to go through here, a copy, just a review of our Matilda Cenotaph project and what we're proposing in Iroquois. So as you're aware before, we're really proud of what we're able to do with the Matilda Cenotaph project. It was completed with your support in 2019. Our budget there was about $75,000. And we had a good array of partnerships from the community, not only the municipality, but the ones listed on there, Veterans Affairs Canada, Legion and Lions Club, the EDP Community Fund. We had the fundraising brick campaign, and we had several in-kind and major financial contributions. We're really proud there, as you can see in the left-hand side of the before and after at the Matilda Hall. I will note just this week, one last addition that's going to be going on to the site is the EDP Community Fund has approved the purchase and installation of a bench. I believe Councillor Mellon spoke to you about that, a beautiful black bench that will be going on the former, where the former plaques were on the large concrete pad and the two flagpoles going there. Shannon is working with the municipality of North Dundas on the bench. They actually have an extra one that we'll be purchasing and installing, and I think we'll finish that project off quite nicely. So as you can see from the photo of the current landscape of the Iroquois Cenotaph, there are actually two spots right now in the village of Iroquois that commemorate our veterans, in addition to the Legion and some of the displays and the outside of the Legion down the street on Dundas Street. You've got the original Cenotaph on Elizabeth Drive, the south part, south of Iroquois United Church. It is quite dated. And it is in need of some significant repair. The other thing that I show in the bottom photo is the front of the Iroquois Civic Center. You can't even really see it from the photo, but where the picnic table is along that wall are several bronze plaques that, like the Matilda Hall, list veterans who served in the wars from the village of Iroquois. And so right now we find ourselves with a cenotaph and the plaques at two different sites. And we would like to bring those together and modernize both of them. So as I mentioned before, we've said in our process, we are really proud of what we were able to achieve in Dixon's Corners, and we want to replicate the same thing as well. We're working with the same contractors who were absolutely fantastic to work with and are very flexible with our fundraising and our projections for what we'd like to do. We have for you tonight a conceptual drawing and want to speak to you about the community support that we've built. We did a presentation to the Iroquois Matilda Lions Club. They are supportive and have committed a $3,000 donation to start. They're not able to do multi-year commitments, but I'll get a bit into that on the potential for that. But certainly the Lions Club is on board of our project. The Legion, Darlene has been, as president, has been on our committee. With COVID and the lockdowns, we've had a bit of challenge meeting with the Legion executive, but I will confirm that support the Legion will have. But I'm fairly confident Darlene has kept them posted on what's been going on, and I will make sure that before anything moves forward, we will officially get the support from the Legion. But again, informally at this point, they've been supportive and understanding of our efforts. We'll talk about council approval, what our asks for you tonight are, and our fundraising goals. So the first big thing that we had to discuss as a committee is location. And you'll see on the map here on the screen that there are 3 different options that we looked at. Number 1, the current monument site at Elizabeth and Church Avenue. We also looked at the municipally owned vacant site south of the Civic Center, where you see the number 2, as potentially a smaller land mass that can make the monument look a little more appealing, as opposed to being out in the wide open and being overtaken kind of by the open area. We looked at that, number 2. And the number 3 we looked at in front of the Civic Center. We looked at the pros and cons of each of those and discussed them as a committee. And our proposal is actually looking at the front of the Iroquois Civic Center site. A lot of us weren't really sure, maybe didn't have that on our list when we first started at ideas, but we've come to the conclusion that we feel that site is best for several different reasons. Number 1, there's natural pedestrian traffic there of people entering events at the Civic Center, entering the library there, and people walking down Dundas Street. The other thing as well is that being right on the corner, it's at a key intersection for vehicle traffic. So like we did in the first project, we have extra, we want to do lighting as part of the project so it can be seen at night. And we've had that same experience for Matilda Hall. When people drive by at night, the lighting helps accentuate that and see it. And we just believe even during the daylight at that intersection, a lot of people that are at the post office, at the high school, at the plaza, going down Dundas Street, or if you're going further down Elizabeth Street, you can really get your eye caught by what we're proposing here in front of the Civic Center. And what I will say as well, that from the look of this photo, no disrespect to the Civic Center, it's a little underwhelming these days and could use a little bit of a refresh and modernization as well. So we think that for this reason, for those 4 reasons, that the Civic Center site would be appealing and most desirable to bring together both the cenotaph and the plaques that are behind there. The purpose of our project, again, are fourfold. To refurbish and bring together the cenotaph and bronze plaques. We want to add a proper pathway, interlock pathway, and lighting for better accessibility. We want to provide a 21st century look to this and to modernize it and be something that we can be what I call as a generational project, something that's going to last for the municipality and the village for several decades to come. And again, as I mentioned, we believe it modernizes and cleans up the front of the Civic Center and has good visibility, the best visibility of all the sites. So I'd like to go through what Keith has done up here. This is a 3D video. We were able to do the same thing in Matilda. And I'd like to show you what the proposal is here through this video to give you an idea. And I'm going to try to turn the birds chirping off in the background here so I can do that here as you get the 3D. So it would have the pathway coming into the Civic Complex and interlock on an angle. And I'll get into that in a reason there. We have a square, interlock square in the middle. The bronze plaques we've done differently than Matilda. They will be on, like you would see at Hill 70 and Mountain, where they're actually wheelchair accessible and viewable there, where they're on a granite podium, so names can be read at that way and be fully accessible. The cenotaph itself will be elevated on 1 step with 2 flagpoles on both sides. We're proposing to do interlock on the back in behind, so the access to the library door still remains appropriate and still accessible. It won't be done in full interlock, but a width enough for pedestrian access to get back there. Then along the sign, you see some shrubbery and landscaping, which we feel would accentuate the site quite a bit. And again, like Matilda, we are going to use low maintenance plants and shrubs, so it's not a burden on municipal staff to maintain throughout the year. So that's the look of what we're proposing there for the site here in Iroquois. That's the daytime look. One of the things that really sold and was very well received publicly as well was the nighttime aspect as well. And I'd like to show you the evening proposal, just again to show you here. Oh, I'll get rid of the birds here, excuse me, of going through in the evening. And the reason just to show you where we're proposing to put some lighting features, I think this will be both aesthetically pleasing for people entering in the library, but again, people driving by can see the cenotaph and see the site lit up throughout not only the day, but into the evening as well. So you'll see several different sites there of what we're proposing there. This is the overhead view of what is being proposed. This was included in the council package. I will just note, we are going to be, so two things here. I want to first note about the angle of the pathway, and Keith is fantastic at his landscaping work, as you can tell by the previous project, and I believe this proposal. We have the pathway coming in as opposed to being straight on like it is right now in asphalt, coming in at an angle. I think aesthetically that adds a little bit to the design of the building. But one of the challenges that the Civic Center's had for several years is this next photo, is the stone that was laid in 1957 by Premier Frost. You can see several markings on there. That is actually the sidewalk plow scraping up against the stone and causing those marks. Kevin Allen has offered as part of the project to in-kind to clean and to buff that out, to clean that and get that stone back to its original format. And by going back and putting the pathway on an angle, the shrubs will be there, but the stone will still be visible, but the sidewalk plow won't be scraping the side of the building and causing any issues to that stone. That's just a minor thing into the details of what we've thought for this project. We want to, again, mention to you and reinforce, no pun intended, to you that we're using very good quality materials and a very good quality base to complete the interlocking for this project. As I said in the original project in Matilda Hall, as a former council member myself, I want to hand over through our committee and our community effort a turnkey project to the municipality that's not going to become a financial burden or eyesore to you in 5 years, where you're going to have to redo or have significant financial obligations and capital. So what, in any questions you may have, Keith could address this in the question and answer, but we are going to be using and packing a significant base, digging down, I believe, 12 to 18 inches and putting granular material to really build a proper base to make sure we don't have any heaving. The sidewalk plow can go up there. If needed, a municipal vehicle could back up there and not create ruts or damage on the interlocking stone. The interlock stone itself is a very good quality, like it was at Matilda Hall. Again, something that's not going to disintegrate easily, but it's going to last for a long period of time. The challenge that we have, of course, is several-fold with this project. One of the ones is a larger budget. We're covering a larger base and a square footage. We're putting the granite, a granite monument type thing to put the plaques on the left-hand side. And so the cost of this project, we're estimating to be into the six figures, between $100,000 and $115,000 to complete. There are a few items in here that we still believe. We've taken several in-kind donations and factored that in. We also believe as part of that price, there are some more in-kind items that could be done to lower the cost and the price for this project. But we are looking at a larger budget for this. But I also believe we're bringing two sites together and creating something here that's going to be lasting for a long while. So our ask for council is fivefold here tonight. We're asking not necessarily tonight, but to take any questions or comments you may have and discuss this either later tonight or at your meeting in February. But asking, like Matilda, for you to approve the project proposal in conceptual design and principle to unify the cenotaph and bronze plaques on one site in front of the Iroquois Civic Center. We're asking for a financial commitment. It's a larger financial commitment than the last time. The Matilda project, we'd asked for the interlock pathway leading up to the main door. I believe we'll find about a similar cost to this, but we're asking for a $15,000 donation and commitment from the municipality. That could maybe be over a few years, but is something that we'd ask for the municipality in order to achieve our budget. Once again, asking the municipality to be through our committee to do the banking, so we can do two main things. Number one is recoup the HST costs, and number two, anybody that makes a donation, whether it be a walkway brick again or a larger significant donation, they can get an income tax receipt, which is a good incentive for us to get extra donors to the project. One of the other changes is with COVID-19. I understand this has been quite a challenging time for many service clubs and individuals, but there also is a significant interest from the community for this. However, service clubs are asking for the opportunity, if they may be able to and can work through their executives, to make multi-year commitments to help fund this project. So perhaps allowing pledges over 2 or 4 years to be paid and reimbursed to the municipality to help this project happen sooner rather than later. Again, just considering the times of COVID-19 that we're in, I think this would certainly help us attract some larger commitments from both businesses and service clubs. And last, again, a repeat from our first project as well, asking the municipality to be the applicant. Of course, like last time, I'll do the application and work with CAO Garrity, but have the municipality apply to Veterans Affairs Canada to the Community War Memorial Program to try to get $25,000 once again in the matching program. So before I go to questions, the timeline of what I will say is our goal would be to complete the project this fall. That is a very ambitious target. I am very aware of that, particularly because of the fundraising and the challenging times that we are in. But what I would say is we'll have the flexibility. If we don't have the fundraised dollars at that point, we will look at doing it in spring of 2022 if necessary. So our goal would be to work with fundraising and donors to get the dollars to do this, but we may need to be, like many projects with COVID-19 in the situation we're in, I don't want to cancel the project in any way. We just certainly may need some more time. What we would do, anybody that donates, any donors, large or small, we would keep updated on the project to make sure, but we hope if we can do the project this fall would be great. But if we need to extend into another construction year, we'll work with Keith and Kevin on that to make sure that at the end of the day, we can get this project done and also done in a reasonable time frame. So that, Mr. Mayor, I'll stop sharing my screen and pass it over to you to take any questions or comments from council or staff.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Duncan. Right now, I'll call on Deputy Mayor Herter to start.
Thanks, Mayor Byvelds, and thank you, Eric. Just a quick question. Within the 100,000, does that include moving the monument? That includes
Correct.
everything? Okay.
So that does include moving the monument and actually refurbishing the site, kind of leaving the site bare at the current site where the cenotaph is. One of the dangers we noticed this when we were looking, actually, is frankly a bit of a safety hazard. Is not only there's the walkway and the concrete pad, we'd try to bring that flat down, flush with the ground level, but there's also where flag poles would be placed during services. And it comes up a couple of inches of a metal rod comes out of the grass. It's quite dangerous there. So we'd prefer to remove those sooner rather than later. So this would not only be the refurbishment of the cenotaph and cleaning it. We had a lot of issues in Matilda. The before and after that Kevin did was beautiful. So it would be the moving and relocation and cleaning of the site and remediation of the existing site over there at Dundas and Elizabeth and Church.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Councilor Wells.
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, Eric. It's I'm all for this project. I think it's you guys did a tremendous job on the last one, and this one I can't see any difference. I have no deduction to doing any of this. Like the 15,000, I think we should honor our vets. And I think it's a very good project, and I would love to see this go forward. And by saying that, though, like as you said, this time right now with COVID and everything, epidemic and everything, it might not get done this year just because of this. But I'm on board to to help however I can. And I think it's a good thing. And the spot you picked is, I think, is excellent spot. Everyone's going to see it compared to the other three. And we had this conversation about a year ago about moving the cenotaph, and we actually talked to Darlene and the Legion there, and they're on board. So I think it's at the end of the day, it's going to be a win-win situation for the community, the vets, and everyone. So again, thank you for the report.
Thank you. I'll give one quick plug. Thank you, Councillor Wells. Mayor Byveld, and again, Deputy Mayor Gardner know my pitch on this. My suggestion is you're going through your budget process right now. As I mentioned, our goal is to do it this year. My suggestion, maybe through administration and council, is to fund the $15,000 to the working reserve. So it may not be budgeted at a taxation in 2021, dependent on when the project can be completed. If the project goes ahead this fall or it happens in 2022, you'll have a solid number and knowing that it's going ahead at that point. So it may be something to consider. I know you guys have a lot on your plate with the budget this year. This may be something that you could pull a donation from your working reserve this year and replenish next year when the project goes ahead, or if it's in the fall, whenever it may be. Just something to consider and take the pressure off your budget process and staff's budget, trying to get numbers in for this year.
Sounds like a plan. We'll see how it goes.
Council Lewis.
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think the project is outstanding. I love what you and the committee did at Matilda Hall. $15,000 for our war vets. As far as I'm concerned, that's just peanuts. They're well worth every penny of it. And I wondered for a long time why the plaque and the cenotaph were not together to start with. It was kind of a mind-boggling situation. But no, I'm like Councillor Wells. I'm all for it. I think that's the least we can do for our vets, no matter what. And I know you guys will do a fantastic job. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Councilor Mellon, you need to say anything more on this? You think, or is Mr. Duncan done all the talking for you?
Oh, well, I'm just up. I'm just Eric was just the warm up for me. No, Mayor Byveld's MP Duncan has said it all. I think the committee enjoys working with Eric. Let's face it, he takes something by the horns and he runs with it. And this is a great project. All you got to do is ask anybody from the Princeton Dixons area, anybody that's seen the monument back at Dixon's Hall, and what a beautiful job. We have two great contractors with Keith and Kevin. They'll work with us. I think this is an ambitious project. Yes, it is. It's definitely more money, but I think it's something that hopefully the community will get behind, individuals and businesses and whatnot, because this would be a great asset for the town of Iroquois. I think it would, highlight that corner and highlight our respect we have for our veterans and our Legion. And so I'm, well, to say the least, to say it mildly, I'm in for this. I'm in favor of this, and I hope we can we'll work some numbers out at budget time, because this is by far one of the best projects I think we can do for Iroquois and the town.
Thank you, Councillor Mellon. Pleasure to work with you.
And after the project that you and your committee did in Dixon's Corners, it certainly impressed on myself and all the community that taking something that looks pretty decrepit and fancying it up, spending a few dollars is certainly well worth the effort. As you know me, I'm fairly hesitant at the start of the beginning, but you proved to me that this is something that's worthwhile. And as you and I have talked in the past, that you can just keep going around South Dundas once this is done, and we'll see where we go. I think there's a few other projects here and there that need a little bit of attention also. So in saying that, I think the location is excellent. In fact, it makes a lot more sense than the one that's directly south of the Civic Center. The dollar ask is reasonable. I don't have any issue with that, but I will rely on staff and council to figure out the magic formula on how we're going to do the funding. I know we have a few dollars in the working reserve, and we don't want to do taxation, but in the end, we'll figure something out that makes sense. The way you're talking there, I think you're going to replace Mr. Polyev as the financial critic for the PC, for the Conservative Party. So keep up on that. But always thinking ahead, that's good. So
I just missed the municipal budgeting process, that's all.
yeah, you do. Hey, well, it sometimes can be a pleasure when you have the extra money, but you also know that it's not a pleasure if you're looking at a big increase and need to find somewhere to deal with it. But anyway, we will deal with it. We've done it in the past. We will do it going forward. So we'll pass it on to staff to deal with the request either for the next meeting or through the budget process. And it sounds like council's behind it. We need to make sure everything works. As you know, that's the way our world works, and we shall let you and your committee know. I know that Darlene has my phone number quite handy. She and I have talked in the past about this and various other subjects, so not a problem. All's good, and I think it's a great project for South Dundas and the Village of Iroquois.
Well, thank you very much for having me tonight, and thanks to my committee colleagues and to Keith and to Kevin for joining us. We'll all be in touch and look forward to working with you again. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Take care.
Thanks, bye.
So moving on, we're next presentation is Matilda Recreation Committee concerning the old Princeton building. Presenters tonight are Tracy Alden, Chad DeYoung, and Shelley Spencer, I believe. So welcome to South Dundas Council again.
Hi, Mayor Byvelds. Thanks, Council, for having me. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You're a bit broken up video, but we can hear you.
All right. So I believe everybody has got the presentation that we sent out a week ago.
We do.
Okay. So what we're doing is we're here to formalize the presentation for taking over refurbishing the old archive building in Princeton. We know the council in the past has been thinking about demolishing the building. It's an extra cost. It's not being used, and we're thinking it's a great building for us and the community to fix up and fix up and have for everybody around to enjoy. Sorry, my presentation's not going to be as good as Eric's, that's for sure.
Oh,
that's a hard one to follow right there.
it's pretty well impossible. He is well versed in that. That's why he's our MP.
All right. So the way we're looking at it is, if we're able to push this building with council's approval, we would be saving a lot of money for not having to demolish the building on your end. We would ask that electricity, everything like that, still be covered by council for the next 5 years during the time that we are fixing it up. And at that point, we would have a meeting on how we go forward after that.
So council has the complete package here, Chad. Is there any highlights you want to speak to us about, or anything to draw to our attention?
Tracy or Shelley, do you want to bring anything up on this? Are they even here?
I see them down at the bottom, but not hearing anything yet. You have to unmute your microphones at the bottom of your screens.
Okay, they must just have a weak feed like everyone else.
Yeah, you are in Princeton, and we're the Envines, along with Councillor Mellon. We know.
Okay, I think I may be unmuted.
There
Yes,
you
I
go,
can hear you now, Sally.
I think the only thing that I would like to ask is if there are any questions about the presentation that we've prepared.
Okay, well, if you want, we'll go around council table and they can ask your questions, comments, or concerns. Start with Deputy Mayor Gardner, please.
Thanks, Mayor Byvelds. No, I read through the presentation. I'm thrilled that it's very detailed, which is fabulous. I think that I've said this before, so I apologize if I'm redundant, but you guys are a fabulous group that have worked really hard back there and made some fabulous changes. And I think that you've covered mostly everything. Like I think we're probably sending out electricity to that spot anyway. I guess it would depend on usage, but you've done a good job at being very thorough, and I'm quite excited to see this building be revamped.
Thank you, Kristen.
Councilor Wells, please.
Hi, Chad.
Hi.
Very good report. I read through it, and I just you guys are putting your heart and soul in. Like, you guys are a very good committee. Personally, myself, your business plan is the numbers I went through they're reasonable. Like, you didn't go way out there. You didn't short yourself. Like, it's basically what I'm seeing is roughly what it's going to cost. Like, there's nothing wrong with that building as far as the outside, the structural. A lot of it is just cosmetics inside that can be fixed easily. As far as the main structure, I've been in that building enough times, and plus it's a block building. So I have no issues with municipality continue having the heat and hydro to maintain that building, to use guys to get your vision, and hopefully it comes quicker than 5 years. If it takes that time, like I'm here as far as to go to support you. We're doing the same thing with the Forward House. Very strong committees. They have visions, and I think it's our job to be realistic about it, but to follow the visions of the committees, which I just hats off to you guys. You're doing a great job. So you have my support. Thanks, Chad.
Thank you, Lloyd.
Councilor Lewis, please.
I'm a 2-year report, guys. Very excellent report. You've definitely got everything down to the nitty gritty. You have my support 100%. You've come a long ways. You've done a fantastic job at the Brinston Park. As far as the electricity, we've been paying it all along. So for the next 4 or 5 years, I can't see where there would be an issue with that. But I give you kudos, the committee, for working hard. You've come a long ways in the last 2 or 3 years. So yeah, I support you 110%.
Thank you very much.
Councilor Mellon.
Yeah, I'll be quick and short because there's only so many carrier pigeons back here carrying our Wi-Fi feed around back here in Brinston and Hulbert. So, but Chad and the committee have done an amazing job in their presentation. Everything that they have got here, I think, is absolutely workable and doable. Just the usage of that building and incorporating in with the park, it would just be an absolute wonderful fit. I never liked the idea when it was first suggested that maybe that building, had no more use and to be tore down. And I think this has given us the opportunity, because the committee has grabbed the bull by the horns again and decided that they're going to refurbish this building and they're going to make it part of the, the heart of that park. There's so many more uses that a smaller function building like that can provide for the community back here. And I got a funny feeling that once the committee gets out there in the public, that they're going to find a lot of support financially and for this project, and a lot of support, just general nature from the residents back in this neck of the woods for this project. And the heat, hydro, insurance, taxes, that's minor as far as I'm concerned. Giddy up and go. I think you've done a wonderful job.
So Chad, I looked at your report, read through very thoroughly, and I'll give kudos to you, Tracy, and all the committee members for putting it together. I know it's there's a lot of work to do. You know, we had that walkthrough during December, and there's nothing to hide. It's there, and we know that it's not a 5-second job. I'm looking at your proposed timeline and how we would like to go forward with you in a more collaborative manner. So what we'll have to do is toss that, bring that to staff to come up with how we're going to go through this and work with the committee to make what your vision to make your vision happen. And if there's any roadblocks along the road that either myself or council will have to deal with, but seems like we have council support to go forward with it. It's just a matter of dealing with the formalities of it, as you and I and everyone else knows.
Sounds good. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor Byvelds.
You're welcome. Okay, and thanks again to all the committees.
Thank you very much.
We'll be in touch.
Have a good evening.
You too. So our next delegation is from EVB Engineering concerning the Dutch Meadows pumping station. And with us tonight, Josh Eamon and Francois Lefleur.
Yes, hi. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council. I'll be sharing my screen for this presentation, which I believe you already have a copy of, but for the sake of, there we go. Okay, so tonight we'll be presenting on the Dutch Meadows sanitary pump station. It's not the first meeting we've had on this subject. So yeah, just stepping back, we were retained by the township to complete the detailed design of a new sanitary pump station and force main to service a new subdivision in Morrisburg, just west of the town. And so we've been to council in 2018, 2019, a couple of times in 2020. And back then we were looking at scenarios for future growth and serviceable area as to where the pump station should be located, how deep it should be to accommodate the new subdivision and future growth. And then in accordance with council's instructions at, I believe it was the February 9th, 2019 meeting, direction was provided to pick scenario 3, which was the shallowest option of considered, but it still allowed for quite a bit of future serviceability. In terms of flows, so our new pump station, we've designed it for about 32 liters a second, which is broken down as follows. So there's just under half that amount would be allocated for Dutch Meadows, being the full development of Dutch Meadows, including the condos. There's maybe a third of that amount for future development to the west, and a smaller amount for future development to the north of County Road.
We lost you, Francois.
Are you hearing me okay, Mr. Mayor?
I can hear you, but I don't hear anybody. Francois left, he lost his connection.
Yeah, maybe I'll pick up for him until he returns. I don't know, we must be having internet problems.
Yeah, I see a little symbol there, so that suggests a connection issue.
Okay. Yeah, so as he stated, the 6.9 liters a second was allocated to the, future development north of County Road 2. So what we're proposing is to put an 8-inch diameter sanitary force main, as what we previously discussed. So we will connect it on Merkley Street intersection for the intermediate solution, and then eventually we'll have the ability to go all the way to Ottawa Street in the future when the growth proceeds as projected, or when we find that Merkley doesn't have the adequate capacity. So this is all stuff that we previously talked about. And then well, I guess I'm not able to. Are you guys have the presentation in front of you, or can I share my screen?
Yes, we do. We do have the present, unless, well, we can't advance it. We have the other one that was within our council presentation. So
Okay.
That's on you're on page 63 right now of our presentation. So go on. If you go to the next screen, we can just go with it.
Okay. Yeah. So I could share my screen if you'd like. I can do that too. I think. I might not be able to because Francois has been, but. Okay, are you able to see that okay?
Yes, it's up.
So this is just, again, this is stuff we've talked about in great length, but this is sort of the future areas that we're talking about. So with the solution that that council previously selected, this provides us the area to the north that we're able to service, as well as the area to the west. So what we're doing is we're designing this to have a phased approach. We don't want to obviously it's not good in a design practice to go and drop in these oversized pumps that could be designed for the ultimate. So what we're doing is our first pumps that we're selecting are 16 liters a second. So it would give capacity for all of Dutch Meadows, which we're projecting to be approximately the 15-year lifespan. And then, so we would have the wet well and the infrastructure sized for the ultimate, but the pumps and the mechanical components would be sized for the immediate servicing of the development of Dutch Meadows. And then we could replace those pumps in future as development occurs. So we've come up with a Class B cost estimate, which is approximately 10 to 15% plus or minus. As you can see, the subtotal of construction is about 1.2 million. And then we have contractor overhead, profit, insurance, bonding, and temporary facilities. Just typical general contractor markups. We've got another 124,000, and then we're carrying a 5% contingency allowance at 60,000, which brings us to a total of 1.4 million. It includes a backup generator, enclosed building, and a force main to Merkley Street, and excludes costs for contract administration or inspection and testing. So we know that this is higher than what we previously talked about a couple of years ago now, and we've kind of gone through and made a list of provisional items that could be taken out of the contract and to look at saving money. Obviously, all of these items we've included and we think are the right solution to include. Like what we're proposing, we think is the correct solution. But things that we could do to save some money is the first being a metering chamber and a meter and bypass chamber. So right now we're putting in a flow meter on a chamber outside of the pump station for a flow meter, which would allow us to keep track of the flow coming out of the pump station and tie it into our SCADA system. It's something that we recommend for all these pump stations. So it gives you an idea. You can track your flow. It gives you an idea for inflow and infiltration issues and controlling of your pumps, the VFDs from the SCADA system and that kind of thing. But definitely not an absolute necessity, but something we recommend. Backup generator and automatic transfer switch, although again, not recommended. We could delete this backup generator and automatic transfer switch, which we were estimating would save about $100,000. This would be an okay solution for the short term, because with the sewers and the wet well that we're sizing, you actually do have a fair amount of storage there that, like kind of like a holding tank, like a sewage system holding tank. So, you do have a response time that you could go have a temporary generator or a portable generator that you can go truck out and connect onto the pump station to power up the pumps and move that sewage before basements are flooding. So you would have some short-term storage available to you. We haven't gone through the calculation yet, but obviously as the development occurs, you know, your build out starts to occur and your sewage flows increase, that response time becomes shorter and shorter. So you know, it's you could defer it and look at saving the money now and maybe put it in the future. But again, our experience has been it's always just best to do it all at one shot. The request of the township staff, we've included a small enclosure to house all the electrical equipment. Again, not a necessity. We've done many pump stations without an enclosure around it, because a lot of this equipment, the electrical equipment and stuff, is suitable for outdoor installations. However, Dundas pointed out to us that the only time that we ever actually have issues with this stuff is during a rainstorm event, and took great pleasure in telling me how he had to hold up his golf umbrella over to one of his service technicians while they were working on the control panel, and said, you know, this is why we need an enclosure kind of thing. So he's recommending that we include a small enclosure, you know, like almost like a glorified garage, and we try to do something that's somewhat architecturally pleasing and aesthetically pleasing, because it's going to be part of the subdivision and have pretty high visibility from both the road and Canada Road 2. So we budgeted $45,000 for that. And lastly, this is something that Township of South has been doing for all of their control or the pump stations and their various facilities, as they're networking it back into one central SCADA system, which is a great thing to do. And a lot of communities are in the process of trying to catch up to you guys. And by doing so, you're able to see your pumps, see your wet well levels, your flow rates if we put our flow meter in, control your pumps, check out your alarming and that kind of thing. And so for us to do that SCADA integration, it's $25,000, but again, not something that you necessarily have to have, but it's something that the township has been doing for all of their other facilities. So we could reduce our overall construction cost from 1.4 million to as low as 1.189 million if we were to delete all these provisional items. And then just as a historically, the last Class D estimate that was presented to council was back in 2018 at 858,000. Some things that have changed from here: the geotechnical investigation, which was completed in 2020, indicated poor soils, which is negatively impacted our estimate. We're thinking that now, rather than doing an open excavation, that we're going to need a shoring system, like either a slip system or a sheet piling, so that we can dig the hole. So that added about 130,000 to the project cost. And the other part of it that just added up again is what we've talked about before, is contract inflation. For whatever reason, we're finding that the cost increase in construction has gone absolutely haywire since 2018, and we've really seen significant increase in our construction costs. So EVB has just recently completed a number of these projects over the last 2 years. So our numbers, we think we have very accurate estimates based on our previous projects that we've completed over the last year or two. And this is where we're projecting the cost to be. And that was it. So I don't know, Mr. Mayor, through you, if there's any questions.
Yeah, if you can unshare your screen so I can see everyone, please.
Sure.
Thank you. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to call on our CAO first to make some comments, because he's been working on the project up to now, and these are the questions we as council need to answer. So we'll go from there first, and then if necessary, go to our supervisor, water and wastewater.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So just to follow up on the presentation from EVB Engineering, we have been working closely with Josh and his team since 2018, as well as working with the contractors, so Swank Construction and their developer, or their engineer, in regards to this pumping station, which, as Council recalls, back in 2018, agreed that we would front the cost of this pumping station, and then in turn collect our connection fees to pay for this cost. One thing we are looking at doing in talking to Josh is that we'd like to get this tender out very shortly. We have been in discussions with Swank and Novatech They're hoping is that our completion date can be in line with their anticipated construction date as well, which will be August or September. We're relatively hopeful that we can meet those deadlines, but with COVID and other issues, we don't know if those will play a factor or not in that. So the reason for the presentation tonight was Josh and Dennis and myself had a conversation before Christmas in regards to the price increase due to inflation and construction costs. Thought we'd bring it back to council for some provisional items if council wants to save some costing on this. As Josh said, you know, these aren't a must-have, but maybe something that we might want to look at purchasing down the road if costing is an issue. So with that, I guess any questions or concerns, we can happy to answer them.
Okay. Any comments, Dennis, on the presentation and your concerns, or if any?
No, I have no concerns at all. Like I said, like Josh said in his presentation there with the building, I do highly recommend that we have a building there. Like I've been into lots of storms out here with the other pumping stations that, you know, we have electricians working in the cabinets and it's pouring rain out. And like I say, we're out there with umbrellas trying to keep the electricians safe from working in electrical cabinets. So we definitely would like to have a roof over our heads and when we're working out there. And, you know, just for equipment itself, it's nice to have it on site, like a spare pump or whatever need to be. But other than that, no, I thought the presentation was good.
Okay, so we'll go around the council table, comments, questions, concerns. I'm not sure if we're gonna finish it off in this, but I think we need to have all our questions answered in case we have to go and put this in discussion for later. Deputy Gardner.
Thanks, Mayor Byvelds. Josh, you mentioned about the inflation the last couple of years with projects like this. Have you worked in the pandemic inflation? Oh, I think you're on mute.
Unmute yourself, please.
My apologies. I'm still getting used to this whole thing, but yes, we did have a number of projects that we did. We tendered last year, Councillor Gardner, and there were, you know, so we do have some pretty close numbers on what we're expecting for this type of economy. So, yeah.
Okay, I only ask because there's been several other different types of projects that it's been a huge surprise when the numbers came back. And I know it's had an upward trend, but it just seems with the pandemic, it's gone straight up. So, okay.
No, there hasn't been a lot. There is a lot of construction delays, like a lot of the equipment and stuff we're finding, like things that were like a lot of these pumps for whatever reason, a lot of them come from Sweden. So a lot of those things are taking a lot longer, and there's some issues there. But we haven't really. I mean, our inflation's been out of control with construction as it is. So no, I don't think that there's been a major impact from the pandemic thus far.
Okay, thanks, Josh.
Councilor Wells.
Hi, Josh. Yeah, big increase since 2018, like 569,951 to be exact. Question: back when you did your D-class estimate, did you include like the building and the extra flow and all that stuff, or was the D-class estimate just a pumping station to pump so many liters? Because there was quite a bit of extra stuff like the pad and all that, and the enclosed building, backup generator. Was that, correct me if I'm wrong, was that all included back in your first D-class estimate?
The flow rates, yes, Councillor Wells, but not the building. No, the building would not have been included. But the pumps and the flow rates that we're talking about were, the shoring was not. That was something that we didn't include for. It was shoring, as we stated in our presentation, though we didn't have a geotech report at the time. And then the other thing that we didn't have at the time was, when we did that Class D, was our ducts. Like there was still the design was still in iterations with Novatech, so we hadn't kind of seen final depths and that kind of thing. But no, really, it was the SCADA system would have been included, our generator was included, the building was not, and the shoring was not.
So there's like 130,000 just to shore this hole up. Now, how deep are we going down? What are we talking? Because you have a maximum for right to the most units you can go for holding, which I think you are going to, we're going to have a bigger pit just to have more volume to hold, right? But at the time, like how can I put it? How deeper is the pit now for volume compared to it was in 2018? Like, was it the same chamber type thing? That's what I'm trying. Like, I'm not a pump expert here for this. I'm just want your input. Like, how, like, it's a big increase. I know inflation, the pandemic, and everything, but there's a lot of money just there that is we got to account for somewhere, because we got to take this back to the public, because we agreed at 800 some thousand. Now 2 years later, mind you, it's going to go up, but it's going to be a little harder to tell 1.4 million. So want to get your overall, what, just comparing apples from 2018 to where we are now.
Yeah, and through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't know if we actually had the elevation at the time, to be honest with you, Councillor Wells. Like, we were really kind of high level at that time. The subdivision, so what's going on is the cost estimates that we're talking about, as you can imagine, they're kind of, they're controlled by the subdivision development. We have to make sure our pumping station's lower than their sewer. So at the time, the developer was working with a different consultant, and then he changed consultants. So we were really kind of just taking an estimate of the depth at that time. We didn't really know the exact depth. So it's still very high level, and it was our best guess at the time, essentially.
Yeah. Okay. I just think there's a couple more discussions we definitely have to have before moving forward on this, I think. But I'll let colleagues have their say, and we'll go from there. Thank you.
Councillor Lewis?
Well, whenever I seen the difference from 2018 to now, it's a lot of money. I do believe that council's going to have to have a meeting amongst themselves just to see if we want to put those extras in or not. We've got to come up with $580,000. I really don't know what to think of this project. It's almost doubled. And I understand that some of the stuff was not looked at, but that's a lot of money, and I think that's where I'm going to leave it. I kind of agree with Councillor Wells on most of his speech. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Mallon?
Yeah, I don't know what to say. I'm not exactly impressed with the fact that we were making decisions based on estimates that have just got blown completely out of the water. Somebody's forgot to tie the boat up and it's drifted off on us. I'm not that. I think there needs to be a little bit of accountability on this. I'm really not impressed by these numbers coming back when literally the shovel's in the ground, and now we're looking at these type of increases. I'm not ready to make I got to think about this some more, because this is, to me, it's not acceptable, really. It's all for now, Mayor Byvelds.
Okay. So Josh, I have a few questions. So you've got the wells size for everything that can be serviced at that depth level, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. So if we build it to that spec, And how much extra capacity is left in the well if just Dutch Meadows and a small section going west on the Vandersweet farm is taken into account? Is it too big? Will it give us enough buffer that you can run a pump more steady and still keep up with flows over a 24-hour period? And disregard the stuff on the north, disregard that. I think there's nobody left on this council or anybody sitting on this screen that'll worry about that, in my unofficial opinion. I think we really got to, with the dollars we're looking at now, we need to focus on Dutch Meadows and figure out how we can service that in the best way possible without totally jeopardizing looking at the expansion. The expansion was great to look at when we had $900,000 as a pump house. Now we're at $1.4 million. As you can tell, most of our council members are not happy with that kind of estimate, and it isn't even built yet. Where do we find savings besides the four things? If we said all we're going to do is deal with Dutch Meadows and what they own on the Vandersweet property to the west, maybe another 30 to 40 units.
So yeah, the depth, you can see from the presentation, like the area that we're talking about covering. So it's like by including or not including the north side, Mr. Mayor, doesn't really have a cost implication. So we're not sizing the wet well volume. We're basing it on VFD drive, so we're actually not having to create more storage in our wet well by including that area to the north. So to say whether that's included or excluded is really having no cost implications on the pump station. It would really be looking at making it shallower, and which would, it would affect both the north and the western areas. And I'm thinking that the area to the west is pretty close to what the future Dutch Meadows development, when we were talking with the developer, what they're looking at.
Yeah, they only own the first lot. Just keep that in mind. So if you look at that picture, they only have rights to that first piece.
Okay.
Going west. After that is not anything they have any rights to right now. Somebody else, that will be somebody else's.
Understood. Okay. Yeah.
Business.
So
and you have to understand, council at the time we were talking, they said, we were looking at 900,000 and how do we maximize as much as we could out of it. Right. Now we're spending 1.4 million or 1.5 million. How do we ratchet it down so we can bring the dollars down in a way that we can make this work for specifically Dutch Meadows, because that is our full commitment.
Right. Understood. Yeah. And Francois, not to put you on the spot, but per meter estimate, what are we carrying for our wet well on the per meter estimate?
Let me check the detailed estimate here.
So I guess what we could look at is it's really just the vertical cost that we're talking about, Mr. Mayor. So if we were to reduce the depth of our station such that we were not counting for anything future beyond which Dutch Meadows developers own, then that's the cost savings that we're talking about. So we can take a look at that.
Okay. Well, they're already into the construction phase, so changing that may or may not impact them too. Don't forget.
It will impact them for sure.
Yeah, because they'll be going up.
Right.
And that means a lot more work. So let's stick where we are because we made that commitment. Now I'm just looking at capacities and every house adds more to it. So if we just stick to Dutch Meadows, do we have enough wet well capacity to use the pumps we got there till whenever?
Yeah.
How do we save money besides going deeper? Because I think that one's gone. That baby is gone because I don't. It's possible. Maybe I'm speaking out of mind here, but To be honest, that pumping station is in the lowest part of the whole subdivision. It can't go any lower because everything else is uphill. So how do we, and we're going to be down, how deep is that going down meter wise from current ground level?
Currently,
About
we're 7 meters below grade.
How much?
7 meters.
7 meters.
And the cost per meter for just the concrete wet well is about $22,000 a meter, vertical meter.
That's an awful big hole.
Yes. Yep.
Okay. And the pumps are, the current pumps are, you said 225 horsepower pumps?
2 5.5 or
2 5.5. Okay, well the specs I seen said 25, so one or the other's got to be. When I seen the detailed cost sheet that Josh sent me, it said 25. Email said 5.5, but one of them, I assumed the 25 was more correct. So, so 2.5. So we were running on single phase at that juncture, or are we putting in phase converters?
We were proposing to have VFDs, which it's recommended to go 3-phase for pumps just because you have better torque and better starting power, so you have less clogs, less blockages. So what we were looking at doing was putting in 3-phase pumps and a phase, like a VFD, to convert from single phase to 3-phase.
Yeah, phase converter. Yeah, because we only have single phase there. The other question I have is the capacity at Berkeley. What in your estimate is the total capacity that we can go down, use Merkley until we're pushing the limits? Like you got pumps going at 16.5 liters a second. Is that the capacity number, or is it higher or lower?
This is coming back from our presentation we did back in 2017, but my recollection was it could take all of Dutch Meadows before it exceeded we were like within a few liters a second from the ultimate capacity, but it could take all of Dutch Meadows.
Okay. Because the run to Ottawa Street is fairly expensive, and we're in the process of doing the roundabout streetscape down there, and you wouldn't want in 5 years' time have to rip up all that new work just to put in something that could have been done now easier. But I agree, we're not going to go down there if we don't have to. Anything else that we could look at to save money besides depth? And that's something we'd have to talk to. Like, if we look at the big picture, if we go up a meter, what do we lose?
You'd be saving about $22,000, and you'd be losing the area that you could service is essentially what you'd be losing.
Okay. Is there anywhere else we can? Save cost.
We've sized the generator and everything for the ultimate development. Like there might be enough, like the pump sizes that you're talking to. We should have showed you the different phases, sort of the 15-year, 25-year, and long term. There might be a little bit of savings to go to a smaller generator so that if you're talking like capping it at the Dutch Meadows subdivision, not to design for future, we might be able to save some money there.
How big is the generator you have priced in?
50 kilowatts is what it is.
25, I believe.
Oh, I'm sorry, 25 kilowatt?
I think so, yeah.
The sheet you sent me, Josh, I thought said 50.
Yeah, I know, it does say 50, yeah.
So, it doesn't take much to run 2 5.5 horsepower motors plus everything else. So I know what the farm does, so.
Yeah, no, you're right. The 50 kilowatts would definitely be larger than what we need.
Okay, so that's something we can if we didn't put the generator in, how long in the full subdivision was done, how much well capacity would we have on average before we'd be in trouble and have to have a generator there?
I can work that out for you very quickly here. I'll double check the numbers. I don't want to give you the wrong answer, Mr. Mayor. So at the ultimate build out, we're looking at I guess looking at till we surcharge the sewer. It's kind of a difficult question because we'd have to look at what the elevations are at the basements and everything. But we're looking at you know, I'd have to double check before I can give you an answer.
Okay. Dennis, you had your hand up.
To Josh's point earlier about the SCADA being tied back in, if you're looking to save even more money, like all our facilities in the municipality do come back to the SCADA plant here at the water plant. Like Josh is saying, we don't necessarily need it. It is, I mean, it would be the only place that doesn't tie back into the SCADA system. But I mean, if you wanted to, you could take that out. I mean, it's just that, like I say, all our facilities are tied in.
Yeah, I think we're going to have a discussion in discussion items, figure out some of the details on this, where we're going to give you for direction. I see you, Councillor Wells. Just a second, please.
Yeah, so at ultimate, sorry, Mr. Mayor, we're looking at about 67 minutes.
Okay, not very much. Okay, that's information we need to know. Okay, I'm going to start again, and Deputy Mayor Gardner, go around, just ask questions on some of the details, and we'll have a discussion items on costing and where we're going from here. Deputy Mayor Gardner.
Thanks, Mayor Byvelds. No, and in my mind, we need some of the numbers that Josh would come back to us with. The savings, we really need to see reducing the output to those those two additional sections and just focus on Dutch Meadows. For me, that's important. I mean, as you mentioned, Mr. Mayor, it's, what we've committed to versus dreaming to. So I'd really like to see it scaled down to what we've committed to. It sounds like the numbers, are just not, it seems every number we're dealing with, not just this one, but every number isn't what it was. So I guess in my mind, I think it needs to be brought back and scaled right down to make sure we fulfill our commitments, not to the point where it's ridiculous, where there's water drips instead of flowing, but definitely need to kind of narrow the scope down, I think, for me.
Councillor Wells.
Yeah. The question I had, Josh, was we're talking $22,000 a meter, and we're 7 meters. So, and the shoring was, I believe you said 130,000.
That's right.
So, this is a question, is it possible to, has anyone looked in for the well, like a precast system that if you can dig a hole down 20 feet and bring it back to be safe, that you don't need any shoring, to go down and put a precast system in, which would more than easily handle this well, instead of, I don't know if this $22,000 is a form well or is a precast well. Because if it's precast, that's a lot of money per meter. So
it is a precast that we're using.
At that amount.
Yeah.
So, okay, that answers one question, but as far as shoring go, I'm sure we can eliminate the 130,000 excavating a big enough hole that shoring's not involved to worry about the soil coming down on any potential worker, correct?
Francois, can you speak to the classification of the soil there? Is it what type of soil?
Yeah, sure. So the geotechnical investigation we did, the way the soils work in the Health and Safety Act is like the very worst soils are type 4, and it goes up from there. Type 3 is a slightly better soil. Type 2 is very hard material, and type 1 is essentially rock. Um, so at the depths we are into type 4 soils. That's for non-dewatered soils, and if a very extensive dewatering system was put in place, then you're looking into type 3 soils. Type 4 requires a like a full-on shoring system, just to support. The concern is, regardless of if you have workers in the hole or not, that the sides will just eventually collapse on itself, and you're just digging out soil and soil and soil, and you end up with a huge hole. And we had that issue maybe a year or two ago on another project, and it ended up being very large extra anyways. So we've put that requirement in the contract documents to do shoring.
So a question, Francois. So the shoring you're going to put in, is that a permanent shoring that you're going to pile drive down I-beams to the bedrock, or is it temporary shoring to the project? Can you explain that to me? I know when we're dealing with high rises and stuff like that, you're going down that depth, you pile drive I-beams and you shore it up, and the shoring stays there. It never leaves. So what application for the 130,000 are we leaning towards? Because if you dig a hole, and I understand the different categories of ground here, but if you come back far enough, it's not digging. Like you can put this well in, but the shoring is getting me that 130,000. Maybe I'm talking out of here. I don't know what I'm talking, like the soil sample and that, but I've dug enough holes and been around enough job sites to whether we're the shoring part is a permanent shoring, or it's what you're looking at here. Yeah.
So this is one of our projects we did last year. It's essentially a temporary system. So the corners go in, and then they're kind of driven in place, and then the side walls kind of fall in between the posts. And it's an expensive enough system. Just it's a rented system, but even as is it's it's just a renting of it. I don't want to give numbers, but it's a big component of that cost. And then there's the engineering. That system needs to be engineered by the supplier. And then it's very large machinery. Like those shovels are massive. They need to be able to dig in the system, remove that soil from there, and at the same time they're making sure that the soil on the outside of the system is kept close to the walls of the shoring system, so that you're not seeing a big surge of soil just fall in the system. So that excavation was a similar depth, and I probably took 3 weeks to get done, I would say. So it's a long enough process, and it's very expensive machinery or specialized machinery that's required for it, and that's pretty well the basis of that cost.
Okay. I understand that, Francois, but it just is hard for. I've been around shoring boxes and stuff like that. To spend 130,000 where you can take a big high hoe, and dig a big enough hole. The concern is about the ground falling in. What I'm gathering from you, the concern is about the ground falling in on the well as it's being done. But if you dig a big enough hole, the shoring doesn't come into play. Because the hole's there, you have whatever degree you have going down. Everyone's safe at the bottom, and you set it in, you start backfilling your well back up. Like, you can dig a lot of ground out for 130,000.
Yeah, and Councillor Wells, if I could add to that, like you're bang on, and you're exactly right. Where the with type 4 soils, they recommend a 3-to-1 side slope, so it does get very large excavation. We've just did another project very similar to this one in Snai, Quebec, where there's poor soils, and on that one we didn't include shoring as a requirement, and it turned out to be a claim. So for this particular case, what we would do is leave it up to the contractor bidding, and we'd say like if it's up to them when they're bidding the project whether they include the shoring or not. And that way you're getting the most competitive bid as you can, because you're right, there's a lot of savvy contractors out there that know how to dig a hole, and they're very familiar with the soil conditions, and they might be able to do it without the shoring, but we're being cautious and including it right now as a worst case. So I'd rather be having this conversation now with council than after the tender's awarded, and we've awarded a contract and then we're fighting with the contractor over a claim.
No, I fully understand that, Josh. I'm being cautious too of spending $130,000 for shoring if we could get away with it. Like maybe at the end of the day we do need the shoring, but like I said, I've seen a lot of deep holes too where if done right, it can be done probably for a lot less. I do respect you bringing it forward to us and putting into your report like that, which, like you said, you never, there's contractors out there that might want to try to do it without shoring, or there's ones that want to do it, and it's at the end of the day, I think one works against the other. Like shoring is a lot of work to get the job done, and open hole is a lot of excavating too. So I'm just, at the end of the day, I'm trying to save money there, but I do appreciate you adding that in there, Josh, just to give us more the worst case, I guess. But like I said, I've been in construction, so you understand where I'm coming from to try to save money for the municipality, and I know what we're committed to here, and it's just you drive ahead 2 years and you got this little shock, which it's a hiccup, but we'll get by and just see where it goes. Okay, thanks for responding, Josh.
Councilor Lewis, anything further?
No, I think I'll wait until, I do agree with you, Mayor Byvelds. Let's not dream about what we can do on the west or the north side. Let's get some numbers on Dutch Meadow, and that's where we'll go from. I think that 1.4 is a little out of our realm. That's not what we expected. So I would just like to concentrate on the Dutch Meadow project instead. Thank you.
Councilor Mellon?
Yeah, I'm hearing a lot of stuff here, and I'm unbelievable that we didn't know about this soil, that we had $130,000 shoring job that we got to put into. I don't know what, that's just blows me away that we didn't do the wells and just didn't test the soil. This is way too big of a jump in the cost of this, as far as I'm concerned. I would say we send it back to Josh and Francois, and they come up with some numbers and some solutions, and they do it pretty darn quick. Working with our staff, and I would say suggest we defer any type of decision on this tonight, Mayor Byvelds, till maybe have a meeting ASAP to finalize this. And I want firm numbers. I don't want none of these estimate things that are going to come back and bite us with another 20 or 30% increase. We need to have a meeting, maybe next Monday, another Zoom meeting, WebEx meeting to get these numbers and get this solution, because to me, this is, these type of things just really burn me up. So that's my two.
Okay, Josh, couple more questions I have. The drilled well that's located where the pump house is that something that you had done?
That was part of the geotechnical study that was done for the pump station, yes.
Okay, so that's the one that told you the soil type at the bottom of the well?
That's right, yeah.
Was there any water issues with it?
Is Francois, did we lose him? Oh, there you are.
No.
Francois, can you comment on the water conditions?
I can look at what we have here. And it was done in 2020, so it's fairly recent information for us. Just opening up the report right now. Water. Yeah, water was about 4 meters below grade in one borehole. Yeah, the other one doesn't say, so yeah, about 4 meters below grade, and we are, an extra 3 meters below that.
Okay, so dewatering will be probably an issue then?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. And part of the estimates, did you include the water main going across?
Yeah, that's included in there, yes.
Was that a request from us as staff or something you put in?
I believe it was part of the negotiations with the developer.
Yeah, that was part of the commitment that you were to include sewer and water to the property line.
Okay, I think that's something we're gonna have to talk with staff and see if we do. Do you think there's an advantage to us adding it into this contract, or are we just hire the David Browns of the world and get it done?
No, I think there probably would be, if you're able to have one contractor mobilize and do everything at once, you'd probably save a little bit of money by doing that. So I think there would be an advantage to including it as part of the project.
Okay, so just to make council aware, that's what, about $30,000, 25?
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So that finishes us all off. So, okay, I'm sensing from council that we need to have a little bit of. We'll have a discussion as part of this meeting on our steps going forward, and we'll go from there. And it sounds like there might be another meeting of the minds to get this figured out, hammered out, and then I know it's a bit challenging, a bit time consuming, a bit time sensitive. The digging is going on at Dutch Meadows, and they want to get going, and we need to put a hole in the ground for their sewage to go. So, any other questions that any member of council needs to forward to Francois or Josh at this time? Seeing none, we thank you for your presentation. As you are well aware, we're a bit challenged with it. We'll have a discussion at the end of the meeting on if we're going to go forward the way it is, or if we're going to deal with another meeting, and then we'll let you know. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Okay, so we're moving on into action requests. First one, 7A, FES 2021-01, surplus tires.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Gardner, second by Councillor Lewis, that council accept report FS 2021-01 to approve the disposal of surplus tires using a sealed bid process, and that the proceeds be included in the revenue for the 2021 Fire and Emergency Services Department budget.
Cameron?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. As you tires off the vehicle. In them. It's a repair budget over the last couple of years, and I at any moving forward. Thank you.
Did members of council get enough of that report from Fire Chief on that? Yes, just shake your head. No, we're all good. Okay, Deputy Mayor Gardner.
Thanks, Mayor Byvelds. Gotta love the technology. I read the report. Gotta get rid of the tires if it brings in some money. Sure, I don't have any issues with it.
Councilor Wells.
No questions, Mayor Byvelds.
Councilor Lewis.
No questions, no issues.
Councilor Mellon.
Yeah, if those tires are good enough to be resold, why are they not on our trucks? My question. I mean, like, if the tires are good enough, if they're going to be good enough to be sold.
I think they could be used for hay wagons somewhere. Sorry, Mr. Mayor?
Hey, shut your video off and just speak to us, because your bandwidth is poor.
Okay, let's try that. So I think there is a little bit of lifespan left in these tires. They were taking off, they're 10, 12 years old, some of them. So our mechanic thought that they were unfit to stay on the vehicles. So he has removed them and put new tires on. Again, in my estimation, they are worth a little bit. If we can get 30, 40, 50 bucks a tire, it saves us from disposing of them and any other fees that we might have moving forward.
I have no problem selling them, getting rid of them that way. I'm just a little curious as to how they come off or why they come off. But yeah, go ahead and get rid of them.
Okay, did Mr. Clerk, did I ask you to read the recommendation, or did I just go ahead?
I read the recommendation to council prior to the discussion.
Okay, thank you. I think it's getting late in the day. We're not even half done yet. Yeah, as long as you don't have high expectations for what you're getting rid of, we'll see how this goes. There's nothing further from council. I've been instructed that we don't have to do a roll call. We can just go by show of hands. So there's nothing further. You all heard the motion. Those in favor? Hands up. Those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next one is ES 2021-01 drainage maintenance requests.
Moved by Councillor Wells, second by Deputy Mayor Gardner, that council accept report ES 2021-01 to approve a new engineer's report for the Fling Municipal Drain to include lands located within the drainage area but not in the existing assessment schedule, and that council authorize a limited section 78 report under the Drainage Act 1990 to determine next steps for the realignment request on the Don Haynes drain.
Okay, so is Lucas presenting on this?
Yes, I am.
Okay,
can
welcome.
Everyone hear me okay?
I can.
Okay, so yeah, two requests, one pretty straightforward, the other one not as much. The first is the Don Haynes. We received a relocation request for branch 1 of the Don Haynes. I understand that the updating the report was discussed last council meeting, and due to the cost, we weren't going to continue with that. So the alternative would be to authorize a limited section 78. There'll be no costs for the municipality. All the costs will be paid by the landowner who owns the property where the relocation will be done. And the only neighboring property is in favor of the relocation as well. Did you want me to cover both drains and then take questions, or do them one at a time?
Okay, we can do them one at a time.
Okay.
So I'll start the questioning on that one, because that's the one that I got a little excited on it at our last meeting. So you're proposing that the landowner who wants the change pays the freight on that entire change?
Yeah, he'll pay for the report. The next steps would be to get an engineer and put together a cost estimate to provide to the landowner, and then the landowner can decide if they want to continue or not, because they'll be footing the bill.
Okay, are they paying for that all the work up to the point whether it's yes or no, correct?
The estimate, yeah, they'll pay for the estimate.
Okay, and guess it won't make any difference if they change the Drainage Act and make that a minor change anyway, because he's going to be paying one way or the other, correct?
Yes, and all that would do is sort of remove some of the authorizations for environmental work.
Okay. Any comments, questions, or concerns from council on the Don Haynes part? Okay, then you can move on. I think the Fling one will have some discussion.
Yeah, so for the Fling, we're requesting a new report to update it. The existing report, the way it stands, the assessment schedule doesn't account for any lands south of Highway 2 or east of Muttonville Road. Now when we update reports, often you do a construction schedule and then you do a schedule for future maintenance. This report only has a construction schedule, so all the costs for future maintenance exempted the properties located within that. I can share my screen to show you the section, if that's easiest.
Yeah, go ahead. We do have a part of our report, but if you want to be specific, then that's good.
So can you see it here now?
Yes, we can.
So all parts south of Highway 2 and east of Muttonville Road, so this section here, has been exempted from maintenance assessments because the construction that was going to occur south of Highway 2 was limited. So they didn't get an assessed portion for that. But with regards to future maintenance, if we want to include those properties in the assessment, we would have to update the report.
Okay. Anything further on that, Lucas?
Well, so we have alternatives if we don't want to update the report. We would have to either authorize a section 65 to update the assessment schedule because there's a number of severances outside of those properties that haven't been included. And then the other thing is we could include those properties under section 65, but if it comes down to an appeal, it's working in a gray area because they were exempted on the original report, but we're updating for future maintenance. So if it came to an appeal, you could lose and the municipality would have to pay those costs. So I wouldn't recommend it, but it is an option.
Okay. Okay, we'll go on to council then, Mayor Gardner.
Just a quick question. Thanks, Mayor Byvelds. So looking at this, it's called the Fling drain. That's the one we're talking about. What propelled this? Are there issues with that drain right now, or
we have a maintenance request for it? Yes.
Okay. All right. I don't know. I'm going to defer to the drain experts on council. I don't know how much of a maintenance, how much of a emergent maintenance request it is, but I don't know. I'll pass and observe.
Councillor Wells.
I got to follow Deputy Mayor's thing. Like, I'm not. I see the bottom line of 35,000, but how we get there and who pays for it. And apparently there's different ways going about this. So I'm going to leave it to Mayor Byvelds and Councillor Mellon to help me out a bit here. Thank you.
Councillor Lewis, you're going to defer too?
Well, you know what I'm like whenever it comes to drainage. I think what I will do is I will listen to what you, Mayor Byvelds, has to say, and also my colleague, Councillor Mellon, before I make a decision. I don't know if 35,000 is a great number for an engineer's report, or I'm not sure on that. So I think I'll wait to see what yourself and Councillor Mellon has to say. Thank you.
Councillor Mellon? Councillor Mellon may not be there. Okay, I will go on. What numbers of the Drainage Act were you talking about, Lucas, again?
So we would, to do a new report would be, so updating the existing report would be under section 60 or 78. If we wanted to update the assessment schedule, that's under section 65, which usually accounts for changes in land use, people tying in or out of the drain. The thing is these people were exempted by the report, so they didn't subsequently connect into the drain. So adding them into the assessment schedule is risky because it could go either way. It's not how it was written, so.
Okay. And you had one more, or was that it?
So we can also just update it under section 65, keep those properties exempted, and then those who have been assessed in the past will continue to be assessed. But you're looking at 40 or so properties and 60 or so acres that aren't being included in the assessment schedule.
If we do a new engineer's report, would you look at the old limits of drainage and make sure that they are correct?
A new engineer's report would cover everything. So you'd have a new catchment area altogether. There would be a new schedule for construction and a new schedule for future maintenance that would be fully updated to include everyone.
I'm assuming that the person that's requested this maintenance is one of the farm landowners on the west side of the drain?
Yes, one of the ones that's currently paying, yes.
Okay, and so you say nothing from Highway 2 south and Muttonville Road east is included in the current assessment schedule?
Yes.
But the lands north of Highway 2 and east of Muttonville are?
Yes.
Okay. It is interesting how an engineer's report gets based the way it got done, and this was in 1984. Wasn't all that long ago.
No. Like I said, the new common practice is to do a schedule of construction to cover all those high construction costs at first, and then a schedule of future maintenance with a ballpark maintenance number, and then the portion that they would be assessed to cover that.
And one of the challenges that this will present council is that this basically opens up the whole thing to objections, the whole 9 yards, correct?
Well, regardless of what avenue you take, you do open yourself up to appeals. The Schedule 65 appeals are pretty minor. Any maintenance has the appeals process, but yes, the updated reports are the ones that do face the most scrutiny.
Okay. Has anybody done a cost of how much it would take to do the maintenance on the fling drain?
Like for the requested maintenance, what the construction costs would be?
Yeah.
No, not at this time because we weren't sure which avenue we're going to go. Based on the length, and I think right now the plan was just a bottom clean out. You're probably looking somewhere in the 10,000 range.
Okay. Well, to do it right, we need a new assessment schedule, which means we need to do an updated engineer's report. I call it more an updated one than a full blown one, that's for sure. It will set us up for public meetings, the whole 9 yards, as council is aware. It's the option of just doing it and dealing with the $10,000 is there, but I'm sure that the person who wants the drain cleaned out would probably not be interested in that kind of not so proper way of dealing with drainage. So if council's asked, is Councillor Mellon back? Still not hearing him. I guess my direction to council would be to at least entertain a new engineer's report on that fling drain, because we don't have the proper information. There's more houses along that side. We're not allowing those who are using the drain. In theory, I think one thing we need for sure is to ensure that the limits of the drainage basin are correct. Because all those people that live on Coyle will be talking to us about our water doesn't go here, and we'll have to make sure it can. I know that there's a large landowner on that corner there that could use drainage. That person is probably not interested in draining right now, but someday somebody will. And I know that the upper basin, there's some large land holdings that do drain into that drain. Even going across others. So we need to do it. We need to do something to get information to deal with this drain. I don't disagree on that schedule. At least it's not a full-blown $150,000 engineer's report, that's for sure. So if I was leaning there, I'd go with the what is it, section 78?
Yes.
Yeah. The other one is just, it wouldn't cover everything because it's not there, so. And what kind of time schedule would you deal with this on, Lucas?
So this one, it would have to go through appointment. You have to appoint an engineer, go through the procurement process, and then it would be on the engineer's timeline on submissions. So.
Okay. Well, then go ahead.
Well, so the maintenance probably wouldn't take place this year, assuming, because the report would have to be done before maintenance occurred.
Okay. Danielle, are you on?
Yes, I'm here, Mayor Bobveld.
Any comments?
No, I agree with what Lucas is saying. It's similar to what I brought forward to council a couple council meetings ago. I guess Councillor Mellon is back on now as well, so he might have a comment, but I do believe some of these drainage engineer reports, they are quite old, and we're going to run into this more and more frequently. So I think the fling is a good size drain to start with, especially because of all the new development in that area. Redefining that watershed and making sure that it's everyone's accounted for in the maintenance costs would be important, I think, at this stage before we move forward with maintenance.
Okay, I'm just reading on the report here. Minor works are proposed below where drainage from lands east of Muttonville Road and south of Highway 2 enters the drain. Therefore, all these drains are exempt from assessment. Interesting.
Yeah, so that's where the construction comes in. So they didn't do any construction works south of Highway 2. So they exempted all those properties from the costs because there'd be no initial cost of construction in that area.
Okay, I get it. So they constructed the north stuff, but they didn't do anything on the south.
Yeah, they adopted what looks like an existing ditch into the municipal drain and then didn't do anything for future maintenance assessments.
Okay, now it makes a lot more logical sense. Councillor Mellon, you're back. We are the drainage experts, and council has deferred to us. So, I'm recommending that we do an updated engineer's report on using section 78.
Eight, yeah.
Because it's the only way we'll ever figure out how to do this right.
Yeah, I'll go along with your recommendation, Mayor Biles. I apologize. I don't know I'm on an iPad now. The other computer is going to be broke very soon if it's not already. But yes, go ahead.
Okay. Okay. What was the recommendation again? Sorry.
Would you like me to read the recommendation again, Mayor Bubbles?
Yes, please. I found it. Go ahead, read it.
Okay, so at the moment, the resolution on the floor is that Councillor Wells moved, Deputy Mayor Gardner seconded that council accept report ES 2021-01 to approve a new engineer's report for the Fling Municipal Drain to include lands located within the drainage area but not in the existing assessment schedule, and that council authorize a limited Section 8 report under the Drainage Act 1990 to determine next steps for the realignment request on the Don Haynes drain.
Okay. Anything further from any members of council? Seeing none, you all heard the motion. Those in favor of the motion, hands up. Those opposed, motion carries. Thank you, Louis. Thank you, Lucas, and thank you, Danielle. Now we'll go out of the action request, actually the 9C, which is a key information report on the 2021 drain requests. That is on page
144.
How much?
144, I believe, Mayor Biles.
Okay. There it is. Okay. I'll start with who wants to start this, Danielle or Lucas?
Mayor Biles, I'll let Lucas go through this, and then I can jump in if need be.
Okay, thank you. Lucas, go ahead then, please. I think we're looking for more information on what's going to go on in 2021, in your opinion, right now.
Okay. So obviously right now the construction is a little in the air of how things are going to continue. But right now, I don't see a reason why we wouldn't be able to get, with the exception of the Fling and possibly the Ferguson, the rest of the requests should be able to be done this year. Most of them are permit applications. We have site visits that we plan to do this spring for a handful of them that we weren't able to get to last year. And then some construction for the Saddlemire that we had some landowner conflicts. We'll have to renew our permits and then tender the job out. The Ferguson drain is the only one that we don't have a drain classification for. So we'd have to put in a request for DFO, and then we're on their timeline of when they can get a biologist out to do a full assessment of the drain. That portion is just a capacity assessment. So it would require the landowner to go to an engineer anyway, and the landowner would be bearing the costs as per the report for that one. With regards to the rest of them, we plan to have them all able to be tendered and maintained this year after the DFO windows are open.
Okay, Councilor Mel, you had concerns. Does that answer your concerns?
Yeah. So what you're saying right now, Lucas, because it doesn't read that in your report, that you're thinking you're going to be able to get these drains, all the ones that in that report on page 145 and other ones, you thinking you're going to be able to get them all done except for maybe one or two. And my understanding was, and correct me if I'm wrong, but we had discussed this before, and I figured we gave pretty clear direction to staff and to McIntosh and Perry that we were going to have these things, all these drains ready to be tendered in early 2021, so we could do summer construction on some of these drains. And to me, what I'm looking at in the report here is that there hasn't been a lot. There's still a lot that needs to be done for these things to be get to a tender package and then put out to get done for the fall. We're talking fall construction here again. And it's frustrating because I'm getting a lot of phone calls and I'm, and taking a lot of questions. And I've been telling farmers and the landowners that we're going to be doing drains through the summer. We're going to get contenders out early in 2021. And I don't see that. And I'm frustrated, and I don't know why, when we had enough lead up time, that we weren't going to get tender packages together and get these tenders out to be bid on early in 2021 so that we could have construction in the summer in July and August. And I had no pushback from any farmer I've talked to that would much sooner get their drain cleaned out when it's good and dry and you can do the job properly instead of pushing it into the fall. That's my biggest concern. Is there any way we can expedite any of these up so that we can get tender packages out for the spring?
So we can't do any work until after July 15th on any of these drains.
I think it's July 10th or the 1st of July. To be honest with you, DFO changed that. I'm on South Nation, and about 2 years ago, they changed that classification.
Okay. We usually use the circulated package that DFO gives us. And regardless of the classification of the drain, the window in the early time of the year changes, but the start date doesn't go beyond July 15th. With regards to the drains, so we have a few that we don't require any site visits to complete. Those ones will be able to be tendered before the construction window, and construction can begin right as that opens up. The ones that we do require the scope of the maintenance, so projects like the Don Haynes, we received multiple requests for, but we haven't determined the full limits. It's assumed that it's going to be a full bottom clean out would be the requirements. But we received 4 requests at 4 different points of the drain. So we have to investigate each of those individually. And then we received a couple of requests late 2020 that we couldn't look at in the winter. So those we'll be looking at in the spring as well. And then, the tender package is being put out for the projects that we have all the information for, we'll be putting together the information for the ones that we have to do site visits for. So those ones will be pushed later in the year, but we wouldn't be able to do all of these projects at once anyway.
Go ahead, Councilor Mellon. You're muted. We can't hear you, sir.
All right. Now my laptop, my iPad is running out of juice, and it's just been a good night for technology. I'm going to just let this go and at this point, and we'll proceed forward and try and get as many drains done as soon as we can and get as many drains done this year as we can. I'm going to keep a close eye on how we proceed with these, but we need to let's get these started, because I've sort of run in patience is on getting any municipal drains done. We've lost 2 years, and I'm not going to waste any more. So we'll just move on with this.
Okay. Anything from any other member of council on this? Anything from you, Danielle?
No, Mayor Reynolds, I think I just wanted to say that I think Lucas and I are on the same page. We are trying to get as much maintenance work done as possible. Our plan is to accomplish all of these drains except for the fling and the other drains that we have to get a little bit more information on, but I do think we'll be able to accomplish quite a bit this year, and that's the plan. So we'll provide some regular monthly updates to council with regards to the monthly activity summary. And you should see the tender packages shortly for the ones that we're hoping to have done in the summer.
Okay, good. Thank you. Then we'll move on now. The next action request, CAO 2021-01, Lamplighter County Road 2 Water Services.
Moved by Councillor Mellon, seconded by Deputy Mayor Gardner, that council accept report CAO 2021-01 to authorize staff to proceed with all associated work at the Morrisburg Car Wash and Lamplighter Motel on County Road 2, and that council directs staff to provide water service to the curb stop in the amount of $3,066.90 plus HST, which includes all labor, equipment, and material as outlined in the quotations.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So this report is a follow-up to our last meeting in 2020, which we had discussions on addressing the issues with the Lamplighter and car wash in Morrisburg. At that time, Council directed staff to proceed with getting costing for some minor work that would be done to the water line to feed the Lamplighter. We did discuss that currently right now the car wash does have a 2-inch line that comes from the transmission line, and then the car wash goes into a 3/4 inch from that, so that there would be ample room to connect off the car wash and feed it to the Lamplighter. Both owners were agreeable to that. Council at that time did request that we obtain pricing for that small piece that would come from the car wash west to the valve that we would pay the cost for. So as council will see in the package tonight, there is a cost of our work, which would be $1,915 plus HST, in addition to some materials that we need of about $1,100 for a grand total of $3,122.08, which would be the net cost of HST. This would be take care of the water portion. They would be responsible for taking it from the valve to their building. Sanitary has been worked out between both owners that they're sharing the cost of that. Benson has agreed to allow an easement for that, and we continue to work with their lawyers to make sure that all of this work is registered on title, so that in the future we do have reference that we can go back if needed, and everything's done right. So with that, if there's any questions for myself or Dennis, we'd be more than happy to answer them.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Gardner.
No, I'm okay with the price, and thank the staff for their work on this. It seemed at the beginning to be a bit of a mess, and it seems to have been cleaned up and at not a large cost. So kudos, I can live with this. Thank you.
Councilor Wells.
Yeah, I agree with Deputy Kirsten on this. Like, it's at the beginning, it was a hard pill to swallow, but kudos to you guys to get it down to the minimum and move on. And this will be the end of this saga for which should have been done probably 50 years ago. So, anyways, No, I'm good to go. Thank you.
Councilor Lewis?
No questions. Reasonable price, I think. Let's get it done. Get it over with. Thank you.
Councilor Mellon?
No, let's put this dog to bed.
Okay, I'll call the question. All favor of the motion? Opposed, if any? Motion carries. Thank you. Move on to bylaws. First one is 2021-01, borrowing.
Moved by Councillor Wells, seconded by Councillor Mellon, that bylaw number 2021-01, being a bylaw to borrow money to meet until taxes are collected, current expenditures of the corporation for the year, be read and passed in open council, signed and sealed.
Sarah?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is a standard bylaw we pass every January in the event that we need to borrow any money to make ends meet before we receive our installment of taxes. We haven't had to enact this bylaw in the past, but it is a requirement under the Municipal Act. I can answer any questions Council has.
Okay. Any comments, questions, concerns from any member of the council? Seeing none, I'll hear the motion. Those in favor? Opposed, if any? Motion carries. Next bylaw, 2021-02, CWWF agreement extension.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Gardner, seconded by Councillor Mellon, that bylaw number 2021-02, being a bylaw to amend bylaw number 2017-71 to authorize extension of the transfer payment agreement for the Clean Water and Wastewater Fund with Her Majesty the Queen and Right of Ontario, as represented by the Minister of Infrastructure, be read and passed in open council, signed and sealed.
Sarah?
Thank you. This amendment to the CWWF agreement is to formalize the extension the municipality has received for Ontario Street reconstruction and then the water tower rehabilitation in Mooresburg and Iroquois. So under the previous agreement, projects were to be completed by March 31st of 2020. And this extension has projects to be completed by September 30th of 2023. So as council is aware, Ontario Street is complete. So once the extension is passed, I can submit the final claim for that project, and then the water towers are slated to be completed this fall. I can answer any questions.
Any comments, questions, concerns for any member of council on this one? Seeing none, I'll hear the motion. Those in favor? Opposed, if any? Motion carries. Next bylaw, 2021-03, procurement policy update.
Moved by Councillor Lewis, seconded by Councillor Wells, the bylaw number 2021-03, being a bylaw to amend policy number 3-6, procurement, be read and passed in open council, signed and sealed.
Sarah?
Thank you again. So this bylaw is to approve the amendments to the procurement policy that was discussed by council back in November 2020. So the main changes to the policy include changing the term supplier or vendor to supplier/vendor as defined in Schedule A for consistency purposes. The second change was limiting the scope of the policy to mitigate any potential challenges by changing the language to permissive terms like should, promote, and encourage instead of mandatory terms like shall, must, and ensure. The final change was adding in suggested or alternate wording to clarify any statements made in the policy. Council, any questions I can answer?
Any comments, questions, concerns on this? We had this discussion. Councillor Wells, sir.
Hi, Sarah. I went back over my notes there when we first went through this procurement policy. And in section 10, I said about adding for a simple form of payment, and it's still classified as a certified check. What else there? And what should be added there is a bid bond for a simple payment too, because the bid bond is an insurance policy that it doesn't cost the contractor the money to put forward as a certified check and the rest. So that was the one item I would highly recommend, which I said back first. And in section, section 10, section 11, I believe. where we have our performance bond at 50% for jobs over 100,000. I would highly recommend to put in our policy that we include a 50% material bond, so it covers the municipality on 100% with a material and performance bond, which is pretty common practice, but that's my opinion. I'm just putting that out there before we make this bylaw legit.
So we can add that into the policy. My recommendation would be for performance security, it would just be dependent on the tender that we're doing. So if we required the materials bond security as well, we could add that in.
I would definitely like have it there, and so it's in the policy. And definitely the bid bond is it's a big thing when it comes to that the contractor's not putting up their own money. Well, they are, but just a lot less money when you're taking a percentage where you can have a bid bond go in instead of a certified check, let's say. Thank you.
Any further comments from staff?
I think just to Councillor Wells' piece, I don't disagree that we can add that in, and it'll be dependent on the project, like the treasurer said. If I look at the water towers, for example, we actually did the bid bond and we did the performance bond at 50% and the materials at 50% based on the value of the project. So that'll be one thing that we can at least look when we're doing projects and looking at the value if it does make sense to add those conditions.
And again, I was just bringing that to jobs over 100,000 for the 50% material bond and the bid bond. The other ones like 25,000 or under, whatever, under 100,000, a 50% performance bond is efficient for that. We're getting into $1 million projects. It's good to cover our butts. Thank you.
The only comment I'll make on bid deposits is that sometimes bonds aren't as good as you think they are, where a certified check is. And that's all I can say. I know that in the past we got bit. South Dundas got bit real hard by a bid bond insurance agent. Not going down that road again. I like to check. My comment.
To your comment though, Mayor, just to let you know, you can get a certified check, and within 2 days you can cancel without anyone knowing. A bank draft you can't, certified check you can. So there's catch-22 to one or the other. So a bid bond is right from an insurance company that has a seal on it. So, but anyway, that's just my opinion, and I'm sure insurance seal can be duplicated too. So I just leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I don't disagree with you on the certified check thing. Then I'll take the bank draft or something that's got some. I know it's challenging on some companies, but once again, I will tell you I cannot tell you the story because it was all done in closed session. But we did a major project here that backfired and was insured by a very reputable insurance agent. They will not think twice of taking you to court to keep their money in their pocket, and they actually did win in the end. So let's just let you know that's as far as I can go on that one.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay. So anything else? Seeing none, I'll hear the motion. Those in favor? Opposed, if any? Motion carries. 2021-04, the sign update, please.
Moved by Councillor Mellon, seconded by Councillor Lewis. The bylaw number 2021-04, being a bylaw to repeal and replace bylaw number 2015-31 for the control and regulation of signs, be read and passed in open council, signed and sealed.
Nicole?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Before you, we have a sign bylaw to replace the original sign bylaw from 2015. This new bylaw includes a definition to with regards to designated structures under the building code. Consideration for new businesses and special events as requested by council at the November 18th Committee of the Whole meeting. Restrictions on where the proposed temporary signs can be placed. So there's 2 locations in Morrisburg, 1 location in Iroquois. A permit expiry is changed from 6 months to 3 months, and there's some minor updates to the application form and required documentation that was previously included. I can answer any questions at this time.
Okay. Any comments, questions, concerns from council on this? Seeing none, all heard the motion. Those in favor? Opposed, if any? Motion carries. Next bylaw is 2021-05, sidewalk use.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Gardner, seconded by Councillor Wells, the bylaw number 2021-05 being a bylaw to authorize the seasonal closure of sidewalks between November 1st and April 1st. Be read and passed in open council, signed and sealed.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So in front of you is the new bylaw for the seasonal sidewalk closures from November 1st to April 1st. We've had 2 discussions on this, one through a committee of the whole meeting later in the fall of 2020, and the second discussion was on at the council meeting on December 21st. No sidewalks have been added or deleted from what we presently plow right now. I'll be willing to answer any questions which you may have.
Okay. Any comments, questions, concerns on this proposed new bylaw? Seeing none, all heard the motion. Those in favor? Opposed, if any? Motion carries. Consent agenda, please.
Moved by Councillor Wells, seconded by Councillor Lewis, that all items listed under general consent section of the agenda be adopted as presented, save and except for item 7C or 9C be included with the discussion of item 7C.
7B, sorry.
7B, sorry, thank you.
You're welcome. So tonight we have a report, an update report from Dundas County Archives. We have key information report concerning a media campaign that we are doing for our businesses during this shutdown. We have the approved Blue Box program transition plan, capital update on all 2020 projects, a sale report, and we have key information reports from economic development, water, wastewater, fire, emergency services, building and planning, environmental services, transportation, finance, administration. All heard the motion. Those in favor? Opposed, if any? Motion carries. And we're going into boards and committees and discussion items. First one is County Council. Deputy Mayor and I attended County Council this morning. The highlights of the meeting were as follows. We had a shared services budget presentation from the City of Cornwall. One of the major things that will be brought forward is that there will be proposed to the city to fund, and counties have agreed to it, to fund a new ambulance or an extra ambulance in the fleet. Along with the fleet ambulance come the personnel that need to run and equip it. It's a significant investment, but our times are response times are getting too long, and the Joint Services Liaison Committee along the City of Cornwall agreed that we need to do something, and we had some extra funding to cover half the cost, but the other half between counties and the city will be being paid, and we'll monitor this addition to the fleet and how it affects response times. And going forward, we may end up having to purchase more, but at this time, I think it'll be a great addition to the fleet. We had Dr. Paul, of course, at our County Council today, and you heard the update that he had. And we also had our MP, Eric Duncan, present on the the county newspaper digitalization project, something that he spearheaded with our archives in Iroquois, the North and South Dundas work on, along with South Glengarry and their archives. There was a request to keep the $25,000 that hasn't been spent for this year to go forward, and then look at maybe additional funding for more. They're about 3/4 done. So far, so good, but still a long way to go. The biggie at County Council this morning was the Morrisburg roundabout and streetscaping. The tenders came in significantly above our projected cost. The estimate was about $4.2 million, and the lowest bid was $6.1 million. So it was decided to reject all tenders and go back to the drawing board. We've already had some preliminary meetings with the counties and Deputy Mayor and myself and staff looking at scoping the project down to fit the budget, the funding envelope better. It still will involve having a roundabout, but we're scaling back the project from basically the west end of the roundabout area to Pilot Way and seeing if that number works. And we'll be probably taking out some of the, I wouldn't call it fancy, but some of the additional things that we'd like to have in it. And the roadway will be a much more simpler roadway. So with direction from council today, that's where we're going. And it's gone back to the Robinson Consultant Group along with Mike Jans, and we'll see where it goes. But not good news, but we had to reject what we got and bring it back to the drawing board and see if we can make this project fit better. Any comments on that? I'll go around council. Deputy Mayor Gardner.
Thanks, Mayor Byveld. Yeah. Oh, feedback. On the roundabout, it is a tough pill to swallow because, as you know, and then the other councillor members know, we've had a lot of consultation with our business owners. Some may actually like the clawback. It may provide less curbing and stuff, and it is definitely a difficult situation to be in. But it definitely seems to be the times that we are in with the pandemic. It's rejigged the way that construction companies, etc., are doing things, and it's frustrating. And I know watching this, some of our residents are going to be frustrated by that whole process, but not much we can do. It is what it is, and we can just make the best of it, unfortunately.
Councillor Wells.
Yeah, high numbers, which I didn't think it was going to come in that high. The last discussion we had about the roundabout, and I still believe, and Mayor Byveld, you disagreed with me at the time, is about putting protected costs out there. The federal government doesn't do it. Provincial government doesn't do it. I think it was whatever the numbers were, 4.2 million or whatever, and considering with COVID and that, and they're going to start at those numbers. I believe myself, doing a lot of tender stuff myself. If you know hypothetically what they're budgeting for or thinking it's going to be, 9 times out of 10 it usually comes in at that. But anyways, it's good on the counties to reject that because that much money is just ludicrous. I believe the Iroquois roundabout went for over $2 million by was to look into it. But hopefully by downscaling, I still believe we need a roundabout. I'm all for the roundabout, not at $6 million, obviously, but moving forward, scaling back, and hopefully we can still get a very good roundabout and for a good cost. So we'll see what happens. Thank you.
Just to clarify, Councillor Wells, that 4.2 number was never made public. It was just the number that they had in their back pocket on their best guess. I think the problem with that best guess is it was pre-pandemic best guess, and that didn't help either. But as far as I know, that number never went out there, and the bids were all fairly competitive. Started at 6.1, ended at 7.4. So 4 contractors. Coco actually was the low bid on the whole job, and Cornwall Gravel was like right behind them. So an analysis of the numbers weren't all that far out. But I don't disagree. You can't put the numbers out, but we just discussed the pump station, and we got the number out there right now too. So it's a balancing act. That's all I can say. Councillor Lewis.
Now I think we got to do what we got to do. We have to do some cutbacks. Well, we'll have to do some cutbacks. 6 mil. That seems like a big dollar amount for a roundabout. So I guess we'll just do what we have to do.
Councillor Mellon.
Yeah, obviously I'm glad that, the county reined it in and realized, this has got to go back to the drawing boards. Will there be any, if there's any major disruptions, I guess, in traffic flow or in parking, or like any businesses that are going to be impacted by a new design, or are they going to go back and sort of just scale back or try and redesign the main road, or how are they going to handle that? Like, I mean, as far as, as the Deputy Mayor Gardner has alluded to, maybe some of them might actually like it because it may not impact their drive entrance ways or stuff, but will there be any chance of us having a chance to look at it before a new tender package is sent out with the new, I guess, specifications?
I think, to be fair to council, we will have a look at it. There was some talk about going back to the public, but the challenge with that is timing, and I don't think we're going to do anything major. I think it'll be going the other way instead of adding more headaches to any entrances. So and like taking away storm sewers. Some of the big cost items though were the electrical, all the lighting that we had added, and scaling it back from down the Pilot Way takes a big chunk off it too, don't forget. So, and a lot of the owners that had driveway issues were beyond Pilot Way, taking in Morrisburg Building and Mr. Aikman and the Ultramar. There were some big dollars that had to be spent to fix all that up and fill that ditch in. So it certainly should come back to our council, because we are part of, we aren't technically part of the grant, but because counties drove it, but we are part of the beautification, the streetscape part that I think was very important to South Dundas and making Morrisburg more street worthy. So, but we still want to get it out this year and see if we can get that job done. So times will be tight, but the plan is still to try to get that tendered out for this year. Moving on from that, the other major thing that was happened at County Council concerning South Dundas specifically was the official plan amendment number 5, which was for the former United Church in Iroquois becoming the Oneida Center. We passed that under zoning last meeting. This was they had to change designation from residential to commercial, so no issues at counties to pass that. The only other thing that I could touch on was we had a discussion on economic development, our path forward, and we are going to have another committee of the whole discussion. It seems like county council is being a bit challenged on the roles of EDO at the county level versus and how that works with the lower tier EDOs. With the the moving on of our past EDO, which who found another job, was not moved on, but we want to fill the position with the right person that has the right. We'll still have the right job specs to make sure whatever council wants to do gets done. So more to that later on. County council budget will be in February, so no update on that, except that COVID did impact us, but we're well covered in that regard. Any comments, questions, concerns from county council? Okay, thank you. Cemetery board, Council Wells.
No meeting.
Okay, no meeting. The Iroquois Business District Business Group, Morrison PIA.
Shannon, Sarah, and myself, we met with the DIA on December 16th. And I'm going to leave Shannon speak on that if you would like.
Shannon, you want to update us now, or you can bring back a report later on that?
Yeah, what I'll do is we do have the minutes prepared. Some of it is confidential, so what we'll look at doing is bringing it back at probably the next meeting with council.
Okay. South Nation Conservation.
Yeah, Mayor Bibles. No, we didn't have a meeting since our last council meeting. The next South Nation meeting is this Thursday, the 21st. I won't be able to take part in that one. I think there's been a memo going around that South Nation, the natural heritage study done by South Nation for the update of the SD&G official plan. There's sort of a, I don't know what you want to call it, an open house. If you'd call it that, on February 9th, 7 to 9, I think council was, I think that's been sent out. If there's any questions, you can speak to John Messman, Allison McDonald, or Taylor Campbell on that. Online, there's been an online portal, I guess, for stakeholders engagement. And that's good from January 4th to February 8th. You can find that on their South Nation website. And there was a memo sent around, I guess, by Conservation Ontario that the working group that was put together has been formed. And I think one of the first priorities they're going to be probably looking at, from what I read in the newsletter, was the memorandum of understanding between conservation authorities and municipalities for programs offered outside the core mandate. So hopefully there'll be something more coming down. It'll probably be late summer. I'm not sure what the time frame will be. I think this working group has just been formed with its members. So other than that, Mayor Byvells, that's it.
Okay, any comments, questions, concerns? Thank you. Motion Waterfront Committee.
No meeting actually for any of my committees.
Okay, no meeting for Iroquois Waterfront South Branch at all.
Oh, well, yeah, the EDP Community Fund, they had a meeting last Thursday night. It was request of MP Duncan to finish off the Dixon's project, Cenotaph at Dixon's, to use some of the budgeted money that was unallocated towards the purchase of that bench. So the minutes, I think, have been sent in to staff. I'm assuming they'll be in the next council meeting.
Okay. Any questions? Carmen House.
No meeting.
Okay. No meetings from the archives and nothing for the 3 from Deputy Mayor Gardner. Okay, then we'll move on to the next discussion item, which is the report from the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks concerning the inspection report of our water system. Dennis, can you highlight to council some of the issues and concerns and your plan to deal with them, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. In September 2020, we had our annual water inspection. I received the results back December 17th. The water inspection went really well in the facilities, but we did have one non-compliance in the distribution. It was part of the Ontario Street project. Last year, there was a new disinfection procedure that came out. So typically, when a new water main is installed, I can give you two examples here in South Dundas, Lakeshore and Van Allen. In the past, Cornwall Gravel, the contractor, would disinfect the mains, take the sample, record the results, and send it to the lab. We'd have an operator on site to monitor and make sure everything is done correctly. On the Ontario Street project, what happened was exact same thing. Cornwall Gravel took the samples, disinfected the pipe, and sent the samples into the lab. With the new disinfection procedure that came out in 2020, what we have to do is us as the municipality, we have to be the one to disinfect it, and it has to be a licensed operator to disinfect it and send the samples in and do the chlorine residuals. So that's where it went wrong. We did have an operator on site. Cam Michaels was on site when this was all being done. But anyways, that's what happened. We as a municipality in 2020 have to take the samples. So moving forward, with the new subdivision coming in, I made a new water main commissioning form. It's basically a check sheet, and it lets the workers know what they need to do to get the water main in service. I sent this commissioning form to the ministry, and they are satisfied with the action that we took. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Okay. And the other question, Dennis, was on, and I know this is, the odds of this being an issue in South Dundas are slim to almost nothing, but they're insisting on doing an algae bloom monitoring program. What's your plans on that?
Yeah, so the algae bloom, I was already aware of the algae bloom, but it doesn't come into effect until August 2021. I'm working with Dawn and Aqua right now. We're making a procedure and we're going to train our staff. And they will be all, we have to start taking samples in August. And the algae bloom in the St. Lawrence, we just have to basically look for it in the St. Lawrence, take our samples, but I don't suspect you're going to see it in the St. Lawrence. It's usually on like small lakes and stuff like that. But that procedure right there, that's just the best practice that we had. And that doesn't come into effect until 2021 of August, sorry. So, but I am working with Aqua, and we're making a template and an SOP for this, and our staff will be trained on this.
Yeah, well, if I remember right, last year they were complaining about it too, and as much as there's a date to it, I guess having the procedure in place is what's required. So I guess there's an expectation to get it done.
That's right, and like I say, there was no hurry to get it in because it didn't come in until August 2021. But now that they gave a date, we'll have to get this rolling. We're working on it as we speak, actually.
Okay, good. Any comments, questions, concerns from any members of council on this report? Well, thank you, Dennis. I think we do respect it and appreciate all you do, except we still have to make sure that we do our job, that if there's concerns from the ministry that they're brought to council, so at least we as council know what's going on and you addressing those concerns. So good, thank you.
Thank you.
Council meetings is number D because we're going over C. Brenda, are you there?
I can speak to it, yes.
Yes, go ahead. It was your idea, so please.
Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Okay, so presently our procedure bylaw states that regular council meetings are the first and third Monday of the month. The third Monday coincides with the regular meeting of the United Counties. So as you know, both agendas are packed full of good information and have a lot of detailed and long reports. Therefore, in order to ensure council members have enough time to consider all the information for both meetings, it is suggested that we change to the second and fourth Monday of the month. And this also eliminates the holiday Mondays. For instance, the February 16th county meeting is followed by a county budget meeting and then the municipal council meeting. So that's a long day for county council members. But due to advertising of the zoning bylaw amendments, it's not possible for us to change the February 16th meeting at this time. However, it's suggested that an amendment to the procedure bylaw be brought forward in February to change the meeting dates beginning in March to the 2nd and 4th Monday of the month. Questions, concerns?
Okay, I'm just looking at my calendar up here. That's why I had my hand up. Deputy Mayor Gardner, we're the ones that are impacted the most.
I mean, I know that it's a long day on the Mondays. I tend to like to get things completed and not have it spread out, but I'm okay. I mean, I have seen that it can be difficult, especially now our meetings. I mean, my battery almost died. That's how long this meeting's going. So I'm to be honest with you, Mayor Byvelds, I'm good either way. It would be nice, I guess, to avoid the holiday Monday. I think coming off a holiday can be a little tricky, especially in the summer. So I'm okay either way.
Okay, I'll go on. Councillor Wells, thoughts, questions?
No, like I'm good. It doesn't matter to me. It's you, Mayor, and Deputy Mayor that has the double role there. So whatever's council's flavor is good. Thank you.
Councillor Lewis?
It doesn't really matter to me, Mayor Byvelds. You and the deputy mayor, you're the ones that are doing the double dip on the third Monday. You have county council, then you turn around and you have our council at 6 p.m. It's how you two feel. I can go either way. It doesn't matter to me. I know it makes a long day for you too, so whichever you'd like to do, that's fine with me. Thank you.
Councillor Miller?
I'm same as my colleagues. I don't think it's not. I don't feel I'm impacted by it. So whatever you guys think is best between the mayor and deputy mayor. If it does, I'm good one way or the other.
Okay. As much as it doesn't impact anything this year because of the virtual conferences, in a normal year, Roma and OGRA land up in that fourth week. So that would be a future challenge that we may have to work around. But I know I'm not trying to slack off, but I will admit that when you're reading two novels on one weekend for two councils, and county council goes nonstop for 3.5 hours, and we're going to go into we're in hour 4 now, so we're pushing a bit of the limits. It wouldn't be so bad if we were done by 8 o'clock, but we have a lot of work to do, and I want to participate best I can. Though, if we let's try moving it to the 2 and the 4. I'll ask the clerk and deputy clerk to bring that forward, and we can't change it for February. I understand that. I'm not sure how I'm going to handle all that, but we'll make something work. It's just that's what we get paid the big bucks for. So in the end, we'll make things work. So bring that forth, Madam Clerk, and then if things change, we can change them. But we'll probably go with a new suggestion.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So this morning at County Council, we did have Dr. Paul present to us, and there was a motion drafted at County Council. Councilor Armstrong brought up the concern of the impact on small businesses in our area and across the province, especially in the rural areas that cannot open at this time. However, the big box stores in the cities are still open. We do have Giant Tiger in the village of Morrisburg that's still open and can sell things that others cannot because of their single-minded businesses. whether it's clothing, hardware, whatever. Dr. Paul's also in the opinion that it's unfair to these businesses, and with proper measures, they could open up even through a lockdown as such. So County Council sent forth a motion, and I'm going to ask the Deputy Clerk to read it, and then we can debate it.
Moved by Councillor Lewis, seconded by Councillor Mellon, that Council support the United Counties of Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry's request to the Province of Ontario to reopen small businesses immediately with the required health guidelines and protocols in place.
So the intent of this is the pressure our local MPP, the Premier, our neighboring MPP, Steve Clark, and the others that look at this in a rural lens and come up with a solution for businesses that are impacted in our areas. So County Council endorsed that motion today and is asking for others to endorse it too. So I'll open the floor, and I'll start with Deputy Mayor Gardner.
Thanks, Mayor Byvelds. One of the questions I did ask for my fellow council members, I asked Dr. Paul about contact tracing, if they had actually had any instances where folks had gotten COVID-19 by going into a little mom and pop store and doing some shopping. And actually in SDNG, it hasn't occurred. And you know, I reiterated the fact that our small shops have, you know, bent over backwards, just whether it's plexiglass and arrows on their floors and stuff. They've done such an amazing job in such difficult times. And to shutter them up was a little bit unfair. I don't come from the perspective of an either or scenario. I use the example at counties that it's, you know, you can go after the big box stores, but the reality is, an example, those of us with kids during the March shutdown, Reagan went through a growth spurt and it took like 6 weeks to get stuff online. So just, you know, I don't think it has to be one or the other, but I honestly think it has to be a fair playing field. And if they set the numbers that you can have 3 to 5 people in your shop at any given time, and they can't, they can prove that the contact tracing supports it, which it does. I'm a big science person. I wholeheartedly support this. The struggle is real and it's very unfair, and they have to find a way to allow those businesses to be open. They've proven that they can work within the guidelines and do a very, very good job at it. And I hate to see them penalized. It's tough enough, and Councillor Armstrong spoke very, very passionately about the fact that we're going to actually lose some businesses that we won't be able to get back. It might take generations to get some of these small businesses back. So I'm hoping that my fellow council members will support this motion.
Councillor Wells.
Yes, as being a business owner myself with small businesses, I'm fortunate that I'm still going, but I definitely endorse this. It's the big box stores. It's not fair, like with Giant Tiger and that. They're selling clothes in there, and the other local clothing stores here right in our own municipality can't sell clothes. So no, I'm fully on board. I agree with the counties and fully endorse this. Thank you.
Councillor Lewis.
I have no problem supporting this issue. I think some of these little businesses that have been closed down for a while, they're in serious trouble. Will they open their doors again? God only knows. They've lost a lot of money, and as my colleague said, you go to these big box stores and they flow through there just like flies, and meanwhile our little convenience stores and businesses, they have to lock their doors. It's not a very nice thing to be looking at, so I support it 100%. Thank you.
Councillor Mellon.
Yeah, absolutely. I sort of commend the compliment, commend the county council for bringing this up and bringing this to the forefront. It's always baffled me why the government doesn't want to come down on the big box stores. I think we all know the reason why. Ka-ching, ka-ching. And it's just killing our small businesses, and it isn't fair. And I think when you look at the little businesses and the stores that we had in Dundas before the lockdown, I mean, the protocols and the safety measures were in place. I felt safe going into any store, Canadian Tire or Bibas or wherever. And the grocery store has done an amazing job as far as, limiting the number of people and whatnot. Meanwhile, you could just open up the door and you watch a stampede going into Costco. It's just disgusting as far as I'm concerned. It's just, I could never figure that out. Could never figure it out. I don't know where they were going with this, but anyways, I fully support this. I think it's something that is long overdue.
Okay, so fully agree. So everyone's heard the motion. Those in favor of the motion? Opposed, if any, motion carries. Thank you very much. Councillor Wells, you brought up a discussion item concerning employee workload during the COVID lockdown.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple concerns here. One was about all our facilities shutting down and being in business and having employees. I would like Shannon to just look at each department to see if the work is getting done. How can I put it? If there's enough work for the employees we have, because as a business owner and the public watching, the first shutdown we had was in the spring. It made it a little easier, but now in the winter, where there's not outside work to do as much, we got to be accountable for making sure we're paying employees for work. And it might come right down to laying off people. There's programs to offset their wages. The unemployment is there for shortage of work due to whatever, shutdowns or whatever. So it's just a concern, and it's brought forward from people talking to me, what work is being done, because there's facilities shut down and stuff that we can't access. Their programs are shut down and stuff like that. So I just want to be accountable, that making sure if that you are making sure everyone has work, or you're moving people around, or is there a spot where, well, at the end of the day, unfortunately, we'll have to lay people off. It's business practice. If you're not going to pay employees to sit at home, and it's just business. Then moving forward to, I want to bring up the 3 new hires that we're in the process of hiring, which we're going to go through with. But I believe that we should defer hiring these 3 new positions to where we see this pandemic's going. If it's going to continue on, we got 3 more people that we're hiring that actually can't come to the municipality building because of the pandemic and stuff like that, training. So I would ask council to just defer hiring the people till we see where everything's going to end up, because you hire people and we're sitting there and we got people sitting at home, and as we know with shutdown, things aren't up to 100% capacity. So it would be a good practice to just put the hires off till we see where we're going to go, and it's all part of business here. And especially hiring people where we can't really train them, like bring them in, train them. It's something we should just put off, and hopefully a couple months down the road, this is all over and everything can get back to somewhat normal. So I just wanted to bring the council attention and see if there's cost savings we can do here. And unfortunately, no one has to take it personal if things go this route. It's just if the work's not there, as a taxpayer, I don't think you want to pay people and not be getting nothing for it. So I'll just leave it to hear what the rest of the council have to say, and we'll go from there and we'll start the discussion. Thank you.
CEO.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So just a reply to Councillor Wells. So currently, right now, we do have all department heads meeting on a weekly basis. Some of the departments have been redeployed to other departments, such as recreation to facilities. I do have a list from department heads in regards to outstanding duties or outstanding tasks that they're currently working on. These are tasks that maybe haven't been done in the past due to timing and stuff, but now that we can, the arenas and stuff are closed, we can redeploy them to do other things that they weren't able to do before. So definitely by no means our staff standing around doing nothing. In our administration department, we do have a weekly log that's being done by every individual staff. We do have a few staff that are working from the office just due to their inability to work from home. Majority are working. They provide myself with a weekly time log so I can see the work that they're doing. You know, to your point, Councillor Wells, if this pandemic goes on 3, 4 more months as far as shutdown, will we have to look at some sort of layoffs? Possibly. But I believe at this time, and based on discussions with our senior staff, that we've got enough work for our staff inside and out to get us through till this 28-day shutdown ends. So if council has any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Gardner.
You know, I see Councillor Wells's point. It's government is a tricky animal in the sense that you risk if you lay people off not having them back when we need different things to get done. That can be a tricky part. I think though, Councillor Wells has raised a really interesting thing, and I mean, it would be interesting, Shannon, if it sounds like it maybe would be an in-camera session, but maybe if we could get a more clearer picture just to satisfy that, you know, when we are questioned by the residents, that we can indicate that we've had a fairly fulsome look at where people are going with it. And also I like the fact that you're using deployment to different departments, because one thing in government is there's always these little projects that people don't get to because other things pop up. So I think that if that's the case, that is something to actually celebrate, you know, those projects that never get done. That'd be nice to see some of a list cleared off. So maybe it's a reassurance piece where we can just see some of the things that you're mentioning, some of the projects and the department heads. I think you know, the director position does come with that responsibility. I'm not saying we should lay this at your feet, Shannon. I think that it'd be nice if the directors were able to come up with a fulsome report on what's being done, and maybe some of the creativity that's coming into play. I mean, when I think about programming, you know, a lot of that work, you know, it'd be interesting to see what's being done. So along with Councillor Wells, maybe not to the degree, just because I'm very familiar with government, but I think that in the era of just you know, having us confident that what needs to get done is getting done. You know, and I hate to micromanage. It's not my thing, but I think you could probably create a broad scale report that would justify it, similar to what we've done with the coffees with council. Whenever we knocked off things off the list, it would be interesting to see what was on the list and what was completed.
Okay, before I go on, Shannon, Council Wells had some concerns about the three new hires and going forward at this time. Might as well address that first too.
Yeah, so one thing for council is we are proceeding with interviews actually scheduled this week for the drainage superintendent as well as the HR position. I don't anticipate these individuals starting until mid-February, which is after the 28-day shutdown. So by that time, I expect that the office will be open at that time, unless there's some unforeseen circumstances where the numbers keep going up. But regardless, I think whether we are closed or not, from an HR perspective or from a drainage superintendent, I believe that all that work can be done remotely for the interim anyways, if possible, but ultimately it is up to council on how they want to proceed.
Okay. Do you want to comment on that, Deputy Mayor Gardner, before we go on? Sorry.
Yes, please. Sorry, Mr. Mayor. No, you know, those three positions, I see value. I've voted that way. We've made that decision. I think that I can't necessarily speak, although we had a pretty intense conversation today about drainage, so I can see where the drainage guy is going to be helpful, or girl. From the HR perspective, that is a position that they don't need the office to be open to have a ton of work. I imagine Shannon probably has 10 feet of files to pass off. So I having knowing that position and what that person does or doesn't do, I will say that if we've made the commitment, there's definitely work that can be done without the office being open. The other position, maybe that's where we get the savings. The other one, because, you know, it seems things have slowed down. I don't know, but I quite confidently, from the HR perspective, I do believe that position is why I voted for it. Is it will save us money in the long run, and there's plenty of work to do on that one. So,
Okay, Nicole, you have something to say about the planning building tech position?
Yeah, I just want to let you know that we have been working with Tara in that position. So she's been switched over to building and planning technician. She has been doing the planning organization for quite some time now, working with JL Richards and myself as a support from administrative staff, from the administrative side. Having her just this past couple of weeks has been honestly a relief on my end. I received so many calls. For instance, today I had 55 emails that I had to deal with. Tara took at least a third of those just on herself to help deal with some planning and building inquiries. So I understand that there's some concerns that there's not enough workload. Unfortunately, the last 20, 30 years has added more and more paperwork that was never tracked or filed properly. So we have that to fall back on too if we need any floater work. And not that we've had a chance to do that yet, but just in the past 2 weeks, we have received 3 severance applications already, and that's just for planning. So from my perspective, building and planning has not slowed down at all. Typically December, January, February is our slow season. We haven't seen that this year. And honestly, I don't expect to see that for the rest of 2021. If you have any questions, I can answer them at any time, but building and planning is very busy.
Okay, Councilor Lewis.
I understand where Councillor Wells is coming from, but being in recreation for 29 years, work never stops. Sure, the arena shut down, but you have how many other buildings that have to be cleaned? If there's a snowstorm, you gotta go shovel snow. You gotta make sure the entrances are cleaned and salted. And Shannon says, some of the employees are being put in other spots. I don't think, I don't believe that anybody that is working is not doing something. Uh, like it's a full-time job. Yeah, the arena's closed. You know, there's a couple guys there, but no, I uh, I can't see nobody not doing anything. I think all the employees are busy. Uh, and as far as the hires go, I don't know. I was very strong whenever I said that we should have those positions filled, and I still feel the same way. Thank you.
Councilor Mellon.
Oh, yeah, thank you, thank you, Mayor Byvelds. I can see where Councilor Wells is coming from. It's hard for me to get my head wrap around the fact that, you know, with the arena closed, like, well, what are some of our rec guys doing? If, like Shannon says, he can, I like to see an email sent out, if possibly, sort of highlighting what work is being done and by who, and, people from rec are maybe going over and doing other jobs or something. I'd like to see that, if that's possible, Mayor Byvel, just so, you sort of satisfy where the men and women are going, and, that they have something to do. And I'm sure there is, but, the perception is out there, well, the ring's closed, what's everybody doing? And the buildings are closed and there's no exercise programs and, and that sort of thing. So I'd like to see that. I want to see how these men and women are being redeployed within our workforce. As far as the new hires, I was in favor of them. I still am. I think drainage, as I brought up and has been highlighted, I think, here tonight, the sooner we get somebody into that position and gets them out working on that files, the better off we're going to be. I think, to me, there's a lot of room for improvement there, and the sooner the better. The HR position in the tech building and planning, I do have a little bit of problem. I can't understand how, like, without being the HR position, without being into the office and working, with COVID, you got to be able to be trained basically. And I don't know how that's going to happen when we can't have close proximity or, somebody for something like that. Maybe in Nicole's department, because we already have a staff member that's familiar with it, as she's alluded to, that, and is be able to step into that without really too much training. But with the HR, I just have a hard time understanding, and maybe I'm missing the boat on this, but I just have a hard time understanding how that's going to, how that's going to go ahead during the COVID, and the fact that, people can't meet personally, you can't, I don't think you can properly train somebody in this department by over the computer without, to me, I think they need to be able to, sit down in the same room and everybody be on the same page. So, that would be the one position, I guess, I would think we maybe could defer to, till after this COVID, is done, and maybe by, like Shannon said, maybe by the middle or end of February, or whenever this lockdown is going to be over with, we can maybe, start up from there. But it makes you wonder how somebody's going to be trained when the teacher and the pupil can't be in the same room.
Any comments on that, Shannon?
Yeah, just a comment in regards to the HR piece. Definitely the person that we're going to hire is going to have HR background and expertise to begin with. So there's not going to be much training that's going to be needed for that HR person. It's going to be more of getting familiar with our current policies and programs we have in place, meeting with senior staff, which can be done virtually, and then creating some training programs and development programs that's going to hopefully carry on the development of our staff. So those are key things right off the bat that can be done, and you don't need to be in-house to do that. You can do that virtually anywhere.
Does that answer your concerns, Councillor Mellon?
I guess so, but sometimes, you sort of wonder during this whole COVID thing when there's a downturn in the economy, maybe, now is not, maybe we should, I don't know. You sort of wonder sometimes maybe if, putting something off like this, but I was in favor of the 3 hires. I guess I still am, but I don't think anybody saw this lockdown coming either, so.
I think council has to keep in mind that the lockdown or stay-at-home orders isn't going to be forever, right? We're going to February 10th. It wouldn't surprise me that we may end up going another couple of weeks, but these people that on the new hire side may not be able to start till after that's all over anyway, depending on their current job commitments. I know that the people that will be interviewed for the drainage superintendent, whoever is a successful person and they want to continue on as a hire, as we all know, we'll have enough work along with the work plan that Danielle set out that they can start they can start in the arena tomorrow in the office if that's all they need is a hole, and because the research they have to do to catch up is pretty significant, and doesn't matter who we hire, but we need to get those holes filled. As for the HR person, just the beginning is going to be that training time. I don't think it needs to be in person. I think there's a lot of stuff that can be done virtually. As I said, I don't think it's going to start right away. We already have the 1 hire done. As for the other employees, I can understand where Councillor Wells is coming from. As long as they keep busy and not cleaning out the same corner every day, then I'm good with it. If this drags out, then I think we as council have to have serious concerns in making sure that all our employees have something to do that's useful and provides value to the municipality. I'm in favor of the CAO at least sending a confidential email to council. I don't want really names on it, but giving us information on what staff projects are happening now that because the arena's not going or other things are not going or programming's not going or something's not going, and what those people are doing to fill in the time, whether they're planning ahead for 2021 or just doing all those odd jobs that never got done, and now's the time to get them done because we have personnel that are available to do it instead of having to hire contractors or other people to do the work. So that's where I'd be going on that. Councillor Wells, further comments?
No, I just brought it up to everyone. So we'll see where it goes. Like I said, being an employer for a lot of years and paying people personally myself, you can see where I'm coming from as a business owner, where if you're not spending your own money to make the payroll, it's a little easier than if you're doing it personally. So I just, as all the personal taxpayers out there, that's why I was bringing in, just make sure, because I've already had it coming to me about who's doing what, and at the end of the day, that's up to Shannon to inform us that our employees are working, and there's a lot. Most departments, there's lots to do, and like you said, deploying to other departments is a good way to spread the work out. I don't know as far as rec goes. They're in this shutdown. We're still allowed to have outdoor rink, Shannon, I take it?
That's correct. We'll be discussing that tomorrow at our emergency management meeting. Yeah, but you're allowed to have 25 people outdoors based on the size of the rink.
And there's another thing I don't know if it's ever brought up. If we had volunteers for all our outdoor rinks, like right now for the next couple of weeks, the weather's going to be cold, and if we didn't have a volunteer to run one rink or whatever, it'd be our part to send a municipal worker out and start flooding and get some ice so the kids and our residents can have outdoor rinks. That's just another thing that they could work at if it came down to it. But my own concern was just to make sure everyone was, I don't want to say earning their paycheck, but I think everyone knows where I'm getting. We're just not, like Mayor Byville says, sweeping the same corner over and over and over. Like it's not productive. So I'll just leave it at that. And it was a good discussion, and I'm just glad I brought it up. Thank you.
Okay. The next thing I have on my list is the Dutch Meadows pump station and the projected costs and what we can do about it. After hearing discussion from Council, Shannon, what do you think our next step should be on this? Because I think we're all concerned of where it's gotten and how we're going to deal with it.
I think based on the discussion tonight, what I can do is discuss it with Josh tomorrow. Now that we want to just focus on the requirements of Dutch Meadows and no future expansions, I'll work with Josh and Dennis to see where we can maybe streamline some of the costs and bring that number down to, I think, a reasonable estimate, and then bring it back to council in a timely manner. So I would probably suggest is if we can get something done this week, that maybe we have a special council meeting next week. This is a timely issue that we want to get this out the door as soon as possible, so that we can hopefully meet the timelines of August and September with Dutch Meadows. So unless council wants to go a different way.
Okay, I'm just gonna, I agree with you. I think we need to tell them to sharpen up their pencils. But the last time we did that, the pencil didn't get much sharper. So I want to try to make sure we're as productive as possible. So on page 67 of your agenda is the potential savings list. Is there anything on that list that seems apparent that we can do without? And if I go down the list, I'm actually going to go backwards on it. The SCADA thing, I think maybe something that either we do it now or we do it later, and I'll leave that mastermind up to Dennis. I know what we've got the system working well now, and has saved us dollars by not having call outs. That is very apparent to me sitting in my chair after 4 years ago. The small enclosed building, I'd say no to that. I think that's something that if you need a temporary shelter or put up a pup tent to deal with an emergency, you can deal with it. The generator, I think we need to have a generator in there that's sized properly. 50 kilowatt will be able to, runs a lot. Like for two 5.5 horse motors, you know, even if you with a phase converter, you can go half that and still be all right. In the metering, the bypass pumping chamber, that's something I'm going to default the Dennis to say that if it's something that it's got to be beyond nice to have. That's the way I would look at it. So, my 2 cents, Deputy Mayor Gardner.
I'll give you the 1 cent version. I look at that stuff and I'd really like it. I hate the fact that this stuff's included if it's a nice to have, because we're driving up the price. Like, I mean, originally it should be the fact that we get the project and then we look at it and go, oh, we have some extra money. Let's add these in instead of the reverse. I'm assuming that if they can be taken out, that they weren't absolutely necessary. And it all depends what happens when we narrow the scope of the project, I think. If we narrow the scope and it comes back that the 220 has to be sliced off of it, then it'll have to be sliced off of it. I mean, the reality is they're on the list because we can do without, right? So that's just my thought. I really want to see what the scope of the project is just for Dutch Meadows.
Council Wells?
Yeah, there's a lot of different things on this one. The high amount to start with, but there's a lot of this final price at 1.4. You can almost add another $250,000 to that, like inspections and testing, and I don't understand this 1.2 million, whatever, before the profit and contingency is EVB's costs in there and all that for the designing and inspection testing that's EVB. They would be doing the inspections and all that. So that's not even included in that price. We haven't even begun to hear what that is yet. So there's like, what's the projected cost for the engineering on this?
The cost that we approved back, I believe, 1.5 years or 2 years ago was about $78,000 for EVB's contract. That was to take care of all the tendering, overseeing of the project, and all the final closeouts and stuff. I'm not sure if that's part of the 124 or if it's in addition to that, but something I can definitely follow up with EVB tomorrow on that. I imagine it's probably in addition to that, probably.
Well, yeah, the 124 is just a standard what a company would put for their markup and profit, like a 10% margin on a job like this with the contingency. Well, at 5%, something straightforward like a pumping station seems pretty high. All you're doing is digging a hole. It's not like you're not finding nothing down there that's going to be. So hopefully we don't have to use that 60,000. But all the inspection and testing, it says it here, excludes it. So going with that 78,000, hopefully that 78,000 is part of that inspection and all that, because that would be EVB's job, correct?
Correct.
So just make sure now we're paying 78,000 and they're coming back and charging us for inspection and testing and all stuff like that. It's just.
Yeah, I'm assuming probably based on what I'm reading here is that it's probably the 1.4 plus their costs. So we're looking at probably about 1.5 to do it all, but I can confirm those with discussions with Josh tomorrow.
Anyways, at the end of the day, it's just like Mayor Bible said about the pencil wasn't that sharp before. Like we definitely got to get it sharp because first of all, the Swanks have a lot of money invested in this right now, and we definitely don't want to hold them up. We promise a pumping station, which you're going to get at the end of the day, but we got to be smart about it, and we got to do it quick because any hiccups on Dutch Metal's part, Swanks, like it's a lot of money to them too. Which I don't want to see them start paying more than necessary either. So, anyways, I'll just leave it at that. We'll go from there. Thank you.
Council Lewis.
I'd like to wait to see what EVB comes back with. Data, do it now, do it a year from now. I don't think it really matters that much. 50 kilowatt generator. I don't believe that we need a 50 kilowatt. I think we can most likely all agree with you on that, Mayor. Most likely half that size. A building? No. I'll agree. Put a 10 up if it's pouring out rain. We don't need to spend $45,000 on a 10 building. Well, it'd be nice to see what EVB comes back with, because I think they're a little bit out of the ballpark with that price of 1.4. Can't believe that in 2 years that it jumped almost $600,000. And I think that's where I'll leave it for now. Thank you.
Councilor Allen?
Yeah, I think we need to find as many cost saving measures as we can. Remember, we've seen this tonight on a couple different items. This hasn't gone to, this is just an estimate. I'm just scared what this is gonna go out on tender like. If this comes back in at 1.4 million, if we left everything in there, what happens when it comes back in at 2 million? So I think we need to look at everything we need to do. We do the bare minimum as far as servicing sites. And we leave contingencies in there that if the tender comes in and the pricing comes in too high, we can pull them out. We got to get this down low. I'm just very disappointed that all these things weren't picked up beforehand. Like, I mean, there's way too big a number to be, the shovels in the ground. I mean, Swanks are built and are moving ground, and here we are trying to figure out how we're going to put a pumping station in that we made the commitment to. We're going to put the pumping station in, but I think there needs to be some accountability from the engineers on why this and this late in the game with these kind of numbers. So let's see what they come up with. They better get real creative real quick. I would suggest next Monday night. Hopefully I can be around. I'll make a point of it. But yeah, we need to settle this quick, and they need to get their pencil sharp, and they better get her in the grinder quick.
Okay, so I guess, well, you've heard council, both of you. I think Josh has heard enough and Francois has heard enough. We need to come up with a plan that makes some logical sense, and we're going to have to concentrate on just dealing with the Dutch Meadows and the portion they have the option on the Vandersweet property. And if the rest happens someday, then the next council can curse at us and say we should have built bigger. But if they're sitting in our seat, I'm sure they wouldn't. It's just, we'll do what we need to do. We have a commitment. I don't think any of us have a challenge with the commitment because it made sense, but we just need to get this price down to a point that it works for us as best as possible. So you talk to Josh, and then we'll set up a meeting maybe for next week and have that discussion, because we need to get this thing done and sent out.
Agreed. Okay.
Okay, so all we have left right now is a closed session. I am going to put on the table right now that we recess this meeting till tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock to deal with that closed session, if all council members are available and those who are involved in the closed session are available, because it's after 10. Knowing what we need to deal with is going to be another hour plus. Is council good with that for tomorrow morning at 9?
Yes.
Hey.
Councilor Wells?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I know it's not convenient, but we can't do it. We're done.
I might have to do mine over the phone though.
Well, that's okay. We can work with that.
For the enclosed, because I'm needed back tomorrow. One of my employees is off, so I can do it on my phone, and that's if that's all right with the rest of the council.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, Madam Clerk, how would you like to do this?
We do need a motion, please. So I need a mover and a seconder to recess the meeting until tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
We'd like to move a motion on table to recess the meeting till 9 o'clock. Mover,
I'll move it.
Deputy Mayor Gardner, seconder, Councillor Mellon. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion? Opposed, if any, motion carries. So the meeting, the council meeting of South Dundas will recess tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Thank you very much for all those who stayed on till now, and as much as tomorrow morning is technically starting open, and we will be dealing with this closed session and ratification tomorrow morning. So, but we'll make sure that you are notified one way or the other how it goes. And with that, thank you very much.
Night.